Alright, looks like it's time. So, let's go. Alright, hello. I have a cat that's wandering in and out of here because he's very sad. We were playing fetch right before this. I lost what we were playing fetch with on accident. I have to go looking for it. So, oops. Yes, good morning, Nate. Things are probably quiet at the apartment, aren't they? Package? Oh! Welcome home. I'm Liz. We're gonna work on some molds today. I was gonna work on them last night, and then I wasn't feeling great last night, so I just went to bed instead. I'm like, oh, I'll just work on them on stream. People have been asking about mold making, so it works out. Box? Oh, did your dice arrive, Jen? Is that what happened? All right, let me. I think we'll do this kind of in order. I have things kind of in all of the different steps at the moment, so let's do these in some sort of order. Excited to see this. Yeah, I've had a few people ask about how I make my molds, so I'm like, well, it works out. We can go over this. So I use Legos to block out to make my mold forms basically. Here. Like I said, I have things in, oh dear, I'm gonna have to clean that off. I have things here in all the different stages of making molds, but so I use them to kind of to keep the silicone where I want it. I just got I like how people are just like, oh yes, molds, and it's like Jen's off in a corner just screaming to herself about dice. It's just like, oh yeah, that's just Jen. Don't worry about them. She's fine. Alright, so I'm using a little bit of tape because I completely just dropped that one in a bunch of mica powder, and it was suddenly shimmery and green. Yeah, I don't know how many of these things, so I have a few different things that we're gonna make molds of, and none of them are actually my regular dice. Oops. I want to make another set of molds for the blank inserts that I got. They're just blank, but they're slightly smaller than my regular dice, so I can fit them like inside of my regular dice. Which here, I'll show you like an example. This is for an exchange. Hopefully the person that these are for is not here. I don't think she would be. But so like I have these, and then these will go into the regular dice. Makes it a lot easier to do like painted things. I hope to do some more complex painted things, like maybe some like floral patterns. Ah! I should not drop things. Where did oh, there's the stir stick. Yeah, so are the dice, what do you think of the dice, Jen? Hope you like them. So I have my thing there for, oh, hello, Fitz. Yes, hello. He's back. He's still sad that I lost what we were playing fetch with. Hi, buddy. Since we're not doing anything that's going to be, like, harmful, opening now. Since we're not doing anything that's going to be harmful to the cats, as long as they don't get in my way, I have the door open. Fitz is probably going to get kicked out, though. Hi, buddy. Yes, hello. Especially since silicone is sticky. Oh, why thank you. You're doing a live unboxing, just in my Twitch chat. All right, so yeah, it's the nice thing about Legos for making molds is that like I can make these whatever size I want. Sorry, I had like a cat hair that was just stuck in there. Yeah, I don't really want the cats up here. Are you eating soap? I think Fitz is gonna get kicked out. D4s? What? What about D? Oh, right. Your cat Jojo wants to participate and doesn't understand the concept of sharp. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's blue. It's kind of funny. So, for reference, Verditors, Jen in the chat. Oh yeah, you got the weird stickers too. I ordered dice recently. And the little bonus D4 that was with them was blue. But yeah, no, also you got like the weird stickers that I had just because I thought they were weird and they amused me. Okay, so I start out with making a form like this. I want to make sure that everything will fit in here well. You want a little bit of space kind of around. Let's see if I can... This is going to be easier if this is one less, actually. Easier to show. Okay. So you want it to have a little bit of space around it, because when you put the resin in there and put it in the pressure pot, you don't want it to like squish in or squish out. You want it to hold its shape. So you want, you want some space around whatever you're making a mold of. The D10 or D20? To be fair, the fact that the D4 and the... Actually, wait, I don't even need another layer. Okay, because I want space on the bottom too. Oh, it worked out. It was honestly somewhat of a coincidence that those matched. I grabbed the blue one because I thought it went well with the sunrise dice, and then I was like, oh wait, these are for Jen, and I know that she likes blue. So let's see if I can show you the space here too, because that's gonna be resting on the bottom, and then you want some space in between the top, like the Legos there, and where that's gonna be too. Again, you want enough space that it's not going to deform. I feel like it can be a little bit thinner on the bottom because you don't really have gravity working against you. So this should be tall enough for D4. D6. I know my numbers. For some reason my brain always supplies me with D4 for this because it's a square. D6. I don't know how many of these I'll actually get poured today. We'll see. Because one of the other things that we're going to do is we're making molds for jumbo dice, which I did already start. I have wait, I'm missing it. Oh, it's this one. I already have 4 of them poured, and I have 1 of them partially poured, and so I really only have 2 that I still need to do, but I do want to make sure I get those done. And then we've got some that we're going to be doing lids for, and then some that we're going to be doing the base for, so you can see the whole process here. But let's finish making the mold forms for these blank dice. Yeah, it seems like I shipped a whole bunch of stuff the same day as your stuff, Jen, and it seems like things are arriving. I've been seeing reviews and things. So, yeah, we want to have the same sort of thing, same sort of like set back a little bit so that there's enough space. And I'm gonna set these here with the ones that are going to go in it, so that I make sure that I make the correct size and everything, and I make enough, because knowing me, I'll forget something. But I think I might have to go and steal have to unmold some of these molds so that I have enough Legos to make these. I was going to try and do things in order a little bit, but, gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. See, that works out fine. We can just fill it up all the way to the top, and that'll be about perfect. runs into any questions too. Oh, you know what? There's actually another thing that I was thinking of trying to do mold-wise tonight, but I don't know if I will. I still want to try. I'm trying to figure out keycap molds. Yeah. Huh. I just thought of a way that I might be able to do this. No, never mind, that wouldn't work. I'm trying to figure out a way to do keycap molds. Yeah, we're gonna have to unmold some of these. Which I have some keycaps that I could make molds of. The problem is, oh, you're good. No worries here. The problem that I'm running into, so I just ordered some cheap keyboard like keys, which is what keycaps are. Is the keys themselves. And the thing is, they were made to use the least amount of material possible, which means there wouldn't really be much space for me to actually add things in them if I made molds of them. So I need to figure out how to like make something that's a little bit bulkier, kind of. Yeah. The D10, so that should be good. I do still end up with silicone on things. We're just going to pull that off. I have a lot of scrap silicone too. I'll probably end up using some little scrap pieces that I've cut up and stuff when I'm making the molds too. It works well to, you know, just add a little bit. You don't have to use as much like new silicone. You can use some of the leftovers. Get that out of there. What was I doing? Okay. I'm gonna need more molds. More mold forms. I guess those would be mold forms, wouldn't they? The form that goes around the mold. This is actually a mold of just some crystals. I had some extra. Is it meltdown again? No, not really. I just have cut some up into chunks, and then I'll throw those in after I've mixed up my silicone. The silicone is two-part like the resin is, so it cures. I guess there's some things that you can kind of melt down again, even though it's, you know, multiple parts that are having a chemical reaction. I guess that's kind of how soap works a little bit. Melt and pour soap is just soap that you can melt. I should make more soap. Yeah, this is like I said, it's just some crystals because I had spare silicone, but I'm gonna get this cleaned up and out of the way. I'm just taking a little. So they just take up space. Yeah, pretty much. It's taking up space that doesn't need to be taken up by the fresh silicone. But at the same time, I have so much scrap silicone, I don't know what I'm going to do with it all. Let me see if I can grab this. Let me see if I can even grab this. Yeah, I have so much scrap silicone. Some of this is stuff that I can cut up, but some of it is just so thin. And I worry that it would get air bubbles trapped in it, which is not what I want. So I really should sort through this. Get that figured out, because there's so much. I should probably just toss some of it. But if I can reuse it in some way, you know, that would be preferable. I'd rather not waste it. Alright. So here's another little crystal mold. This is just a little mold that's just gonna have these little crystals. But let's and clean this up a little bit. Oh, look, we got some right there. I'm just going to trim around the base. It just kind of makes it sit a little bit better. You don't have random little flappy bits hanging off. I feel like, you know, it's not necessarily necessary, but I feel like it's just cleaner this way. Oh, there's that. Try and get the extra off. All right, I'm gonna put this over here with my other little crystal molds that I've used as, you know, spare resin things. Hello, how are you doing? I'm making some mold forms. That is, we're doing the first step. I'm kind of getting, I'm sneak previewing a couple future steps as I go through the first step here of making mold forms, because I need the Legos from them. And actually, yeah, you'll see here in a second how the Legos are nice for making different sizes. So for like the D20, it's a little bit bigger than these. So if we put it in here, you can see it's much closer to the sides. It's kind of close to the sides. So I want it to be just a little bit bigger. So there's more silicone. Food. I had chili mac for dinner. Which was good. So I just made it one longer than the other ones, and it should fit in there better. I should want the bottom layer. So I can get away with some of the corners being kind of thin. I'll show you. But on the bottom, it's kind of nice to have it not. I'll show you on the next layer what I mean. I think it'll be easier to show you on the next layer. Yeah. So I have, this is why I have different sized Legos and stuff. Who have you bombarded with pics? Should we be concerned here, Jen? Let's see. Food's good. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, I'm here. I'm stealing some of the smaller Legos here. You'll see that in a second. So this one also needs to be a little bit taller. Oh, thank you. These also need to be a little bit taller because obviously it's really, really close to the top. Ah, the Discord. I did actually add a link to the Discord in the About section now. It does still work as a command. Although I couldn't figure out how to change it so that like anyone can do it. I don't know why. So on the bottom, yeah, I couldn't change it for some reason so that anyone could do it. I don't know why. You have no power here. I mean, I can set it up so that, but yeah, for some reason I can set it up so that, like, I can set it up so that you can do it because you're subscribed. But I can't set it up so that everyone can do it, even though I have other commands that everyone can do, like the bonk one. No, I don't want that. Oh, thank you, Jen. Yeah, I don't know why. I might just have to remake it. What does this mean? Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. I went and looked through that, earlier today to see if I could get that figured out, but for some reason, just didn't want to work for some reason. I don't know why. And I'll do that. We're stealing more. Okay, we're taking a quick detour to move forward a little bit to unmold some things. Oh, rock candy, nice. Oh. I'm actually getting all caught up on commissions. I'm gonna have to start promoting my commissions places. I still have a few that I'm working on. Yeah, go ahead and feel free to send a link. All right, I need more of these. This really is the very exciting process of getting these out of their little mold forms here. I feel like the sad part of this is that I don't. Now these Legos are kind of been commandeered for arts and crafts, and so I haven't like built things with them because they just kind of stay in here. All right, let's get these. We'll clean this up in a minute. I just want these. I just want the Legos. Just want the Legos for now. All right. I need some, behold, dinner. I need some, steak, veggies, and potatoes. Yummy. That is a classic and delicious choice. I need more of the two. I don't need more of the smaller ones, so I'm just stealing them from here. Yeah, it's a sticky. It's not really sticky, but it's sticky. That made sense in my head. Start stealing more. Here's another one. What I was talking about before. That's nice. It's nice that we can kind of see people a little bit again. See, I left the corners there blank. It should be fine up here, just as long as the inside is all together. And I usually leave it all complete on the bottom, just because I feel like it's easier to stick the tape to it later, which we'll do. I'll show you. But that one should be big enough now for our D20. What did I do for the D? I think the D12. Okay, yeah. I was looking at what I did for these before, because I did do a set of for these blank dice before. And the D12, when I'm doing like a molds for a regular set of dice, they end up being kind of bigger, like the D20 is. It's like here's a D12. It's the same size as that. You know, it's bigger than that. But for these clear ones, I have it kind of with the smaller size, but it's a little bit taller. So we'll just do that. It's easier to do anyways. I don't have to try and grab all sorts of weird sized blocks. I can just do the regular ones. Alright. I need to like figure out my schedule, I think, a little bit better, because I feel a little bit behind, because I really should have gotten dice made today. I mean, you know, making molds is always useful, but, you know, usually I want to have like dice made today, but I should figure out my schedule better so that I can take random days off if I need to or want to. I feel like that'd probably be good. Although to be fair, things are fine with me taking a day off now. Like I said, I was like, I wasn't feeling great last night, so I just went to bed. Okay, we really only have a D4 now. Okay, I'm stealing more. Stealing more Legos from over here. These off are nice. I do have a couple planned for like July. I do actually have like family plans for July, so that'll be nice. I'll be letting you guys know. There'll be a few days. There's gonna be at least one stream that I miss in June, and then like 2 that I'll probably miss in July. But I'll let you guys know about that as we get a little bit closer. I have things written down, but figure, you know, if I tell you guys now, it's not gonna mean much. I'll be like, oh yes, that is good information, and no one will remember. But that'll be nice. I do need to, like, I don't know. I need to figure out. Yeah. I need to figure out a way to be like more efficient almost or something. It's stuck in there. That's kind of fun. Just the inside of a Lego there. Although this is also like hollow, which is weird. Yeah, let me show you. It's this one, but it's also like hollow on the inside for some reason. Weird. It's weird. Alright. Oops, that is it. That's not the one that I need. Should almost have enough now, I think. This one doesn't need to be very tall. I usually go up like one more layer. Oh, I need 2 more. I usually go up one more layer when I'm making the regular dice molds, because they need to be a little bit taller, because it's just slightly bigger. Just slightly bigger. Well, like I said, with the D12, I end up making that mold a little bit bigger. Alright. Ah, there's silicone everywhere. It's just all stuck to the sides of the Legos. Is this a chunk mold? Yes. Yeah, the things, I'm not actually making any regular dice molds tonight. I need to finish up some chunk ones. So we're going to go through kind of all of the different stages of making dice molds. So like the first step here is making the mold forms. We'll be putting those into the mold forms, and we're going to end up with this. And then we will be pouring silicone in, taking them out of the mold forms, and then we're going to be adding the keys to these and pouring the lids. I have things kind of going in all of the different stages here. Oh, pokey. I think let's just get these set up first. We'll get these completely set up. It's kind of the, oops, shouldn't have stacked that there. I need to get into there. So I need one of these. There we go. Now I can stack everything on there. Yeah, I'm excited to have the chunk molds kind of ready to go. Single glove. The reason I have a single glove on is I'm going to clean off, actually, I'm going to do something else first before I clean these off. We're going to add the tape to the molds. Before I do that, let's add the tape to these molds. I'll show you how I do that. So for the bottoms of these molds, I use tape. I used to not to. When I very first, the way I've made molds has changed over time, quite a bit. Like I have a couple of my original molds sitting here if you want to see them, and they're not nearly as nice as the ones I do now. Here, let me show you one of my original molds. Here's one right here. That's one of my original molds. It's one of the first ones I made. It has a full 7-piece set in there. They're kind of wonky there. And it is nice and round on the top. And what I used to do is I had this just resin disc that I had made using a different silicone mold. And I used to put tape around it and then use a little bit of double-sided tape and stick all of the dice down on it, which was okay. But the nice thing about putting like a full sheet of tape here is that there's no place for for silicone to soak underneath the dice, and so I end up with much cleaner faces. So it just ends up nicer. Oh, let me put this away. Let's see. I put up all my retro consoles and games for sale, and people are asking how much. I'm going to give them a figure that's like 20% under market value just because I want to get rid of them. No one replies after that. Oh man. I'm sure you'll find someone that wants them though. People like retro consoles and games. So what I did first here is I just cut a little square, and let's see if I can, yeah, you can kind of see where the edges are there. I cut a square, made sure that that's not down nice and solid, and then I'm going to cut a piece that's just slightly longer. I'm going to overlap that. The reason that I put the square down first is probably not necessary, but I don't want that seam where the tape's overlapping. I don't want that to be where I have to put my dice down. You found buyers for individual games and stuff, but you told them you'd get back to them. That's fair. I mean, you could probably make more if you did things individually, but it'd also be a bigger pain in the butt. Okay. So I have the square piece that's covering the opening, and then I have the two pieces here that are a little bit bigger. I'll make sure those are down. And like I said, the square in the center, I did that so that there isn't a seam running through the middle where I'm going to put the die down. I'm going to fold all of these up along the sides, and this way, even if some silicone does leak out the bottom a little bit, it won't actually leak out the bottom. It'll get caught by the tape. And usually it's pretty good. But you can see here. You can see there like some kind of leaked there. I just didn't have the tape down perfectly, but you know, since I had the tape over the side, it held it all in, and it came out fine. So we're just gonna do that for all of these. Dice review. I will buy so much dice and dice things for you. Also, update Amazon wish list. I don't need anything at the moment. I think I've got the things that I need. I got green alcohol inks. I got white alcohol ink, which were the things I really needed. You've done your job too well, Jen. I have all of the stuff I need now. actually have a donations page, by the way. I don't mention it. It's in the about section of my Twitch stream, because like I do this for fun. Well, that does exist. Oh, peeled ears. Maybe you should put some aloe vera on that or something. That doesn't sound healthy. All right. Yeah, I should probably get that checked out. Ah. And I'm definitely getting some cat hair caught along the sides here, but that's gonna be unavoidable for me. And I don't have any on the bottom, which is the important part. You know, I think I made molds on stream like back when I like first started. Things were maybe a little bit less, things were kind of structured, but I don't know, things I guess were more structured and less structured when I first started streaming. Because like, when I first started streaming, my plans for my shop were kind of different. Because like the plan was kind of to find a few dice designs that I liked to make a whole bunch of them. Wow, Jen. Well, thank you. Now I'm gonna have to start making those, I guess. I forgot that I put those on there. I'm gonna have to find. I'm gonna have to figure out. That was something I was actually looking through at one point. Was figuring out the actual pop socket part to add to those. But we'll have to make some of those on stream then. I do. Have you not been here when I've called Jen my sugar mama? This is a whole thing. Alright. What was I talking about before that? Oh, structure. Yeah, when I first started streaming, the plan for my shop at that point was to find a few different dice designs and then kind of stick with those, make a whole bunch. And I have done that a little bit, like the Galaxy dice in my shop. I try to keep stocked. They're not stocked at the moment, now that I think about it. I should make some more of those. But it did, like, I streamed making Galaxy dice a couple of times at the very beginning. We're gonna have to try all these things out. Maybe we'll have to try those in tandem. You're just feeding my addiction of all of the pretty resin supplies, which, you know, I can't complain. I don't know how well the metallics will work for Petrie. So I have one metallic alcohol ink. I have a gold one that came with my original set. And the thing is, the other, oh gosh, wow, Omar. The thing is, like, while all of the other alcohol inks, when you like put them in with like the white and stuff, they sink, the gold still floats. The gold just kind of rests on the surface, which is just kind of, I don't know. It can do some cool things, but usually just kind of ends up on the sides, I guess, more so than sinking down. Yeah, I know, it's just kind of odd. But that doesn't mean that we can't do some experiments. No, actually it wasn't. It was gold foil, gold shimmer, and then a black or dark gray Petrie. It had a lot of gold in it, which is probably what you're thinking of. But the Petrie itself was like it was supposed to be black, but since you have to use white for Petrie, it was like a dark gray. Also, I hope you know that I was somewhat confused when I read Bosun's Higgs, because I'm like, that seems backwards. Something's wrong there. no one else is gonna pat you on the back. You gotta pat yourself on the back, Omar. Oops, I just put a fingerprint on there. Try to avoid that. You can see the fingerprint there. It's not in the middle, so it should be okay. Wow. There's some cool stuff on Solar Color Dust. That's where I got. So I got the I got the Did Spade? What's Did Spade? Is this something that you shouldn't tell me about? Because is this more resin supplies that I should like not get? Where's the D? I know. I'm like, what is this? So I ordered stuff off of Solar Color Dust once, and that was because that's where I got the color changing pigment for a set of dice for Jen. This turns white with heat. Oh, I think my hands are warm. My hands are very warm apparently right now. Just a second. It's teal, and then with heat it turns white, or clearish. Wow, my hands are very warm right now. But since I was ordering from them anyways, you know, I got a little something for myself, which I got the multi-chrome here, which is purple, and you got it the angle, and it's yellow. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh, pigments for, yeah, okay. Technically pigments for automotive paints. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me that would work. I feel like pretty much any, well, to be fair, automotive paint's probably pretty similar. I feel like pretty much any like powdered pigment, for the most part, seems to work pretty well. What I was saying about the fingerprint though here, since it's not in the middle, shouldn't really be an issue. So we're just gonna go with it. Just gonna go with it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. That's what I tell myself whenever I make dice. It'll be fine. Alright. And again, I'm just rubbing it down here to make sure. Rubbing it down. I'm just pressing it against the paper towel here, or technically a shop rag type thing, to make sure that it's actually stuck down all the way around. I don't want any of that silicone leaking out. Yeah, it's a little bit. You got that too? You weren't going to say anything. Just like, maybe not. Yeah, every once in a while you have those moments you're just like, that wasn't quite what I was trying to say. I'm just getting rid of a little bit of extra tape here just so it's out of my way. Oops. It's already on my scissors. Alright, we're almost done here. Got 3 more. So it was kind of weird doing this for these big ones. Cause like you've seen, I've just been doing like the squares over this, but this is maybe a little bit bigger, and I kind of tried to line it up, and it was just barely. I kind of put it in like the middle-ish so that it was flat where this was, and then I put more tape on the sides, and so it worked out okay. It worked out okay. But for these small ones, it's pretty easy. Have any of you guys ever done any silicone mold making? Figure I'll ask. I know some folks have done some dice making type stuff. I don't know if folks like ordered. Oh, you have? Okay. It's really not my favorite process. Like, I'd rather be doing other stuff. It just takes time, I guess. But it's not terrible or anything. I think streaming makes it a little bit more bearable because I'm kind of only half focused on the actual mold making part. It's kind of like trying to... There's so much cat hair. Get out of there. Get out of there. Okay. There's always cat hair. It's not... Oh, you've used PVC pipe. Okay. I think I've seen that. People do that online. How have you found that it works for you? Like I said, I like the Legos because I can make it different sizes. But oh, you plan on doing it and then made 3 sets of dice and went, yeah, I don't have the time or space for resin right now. That's fair. Yeah, it's definitely. You definitely kind of need some space for it, or a space for it, because it's so messy and it takes, 24 hours or so, depending on the resin, for it to cure. If you wanted to do some quicker resin projects, not necessarily dice, you could look into UV resin. The nice thing about UV resin, and it's not necessarily good for the same projects, and it's expensive, so it's good for the cure time. Yeah, it can be expensive, so I wouldn't suggest doing like big things with it, but if you wanted to do some pendants or something, UV resin might be the way to go, just because you can cure it immediately. You don't have to wait 24 hours. You just make the thing that you want to make and then you put it under UV light. You like deep molds, fair. Fair. Very, very. It's a little time consuming, but it's so satisfying to see a finished product that you've made. That's true too. That's something that I like. So I've mentioned before that I quit my job in 2019, around Halloween-ish. I think it was around October 2019. So I could go back to school. And then I graduated like right after the quarantine started, which made things weird. But I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And one of the things that I ended up doing was writing down basically what I wanted out of a job. Because, I had worked in an office for 5 years. And there were certain aspects of that I did not want. Right after Panini, yes. The whole Panini. But I'm pretty sure one of the things that I wrote down that I really wanted was having some sort of visual or tangible end goal. Like, and that's why part of the reason I like the arts in general. That's why I like doing puzzles too. I like doing jigsaw puzzles. And part of it is just that I can see how much I have done. I can see how much I have left to do. And I can tell when it is done. Like there's a specific thing that I can visually see that it's done. You love what you're doing right now, making things for yourself and others. What sort of stuff are you making? Sorry, I don't remember. I know we talked about dice, but I don't know. Did I ever ask you what? Have you ever told me about what else you're making? Maybe this is the first time I've asked you. I don't remember. Dice bags, roll boxes, and kigus? I don't know what the last thing is. Sorry. What is the last thing? Do you have a shop or anything? Feel free to link it in the chat. I don't have anything against self-promo as long as I have a heads up. Kigurumi. Oh! Adult onesies. Oh, that's fun! Okay, yes, I've heard of Kigurumi. I didn't realize that was like a shorter. Ah, Fox and Otter Creations on Etsy. Cool. Well, if folks want any of those things, go check out their stuff. I have a friend, so I have like a weekly meeting. It's not always weekly, just because we're both busy with other things. But I have a friend that I check in with on like every Friday, because we're both kind of doing arts and crafts stuff, and we want to make sure that we're both ADHD as all heck, really is what it comes down to. And so we're like, okay, we're basically just kind of like accountability type things, like what are you working on, what do you want to work on this week? And they just finally got their Etsy shop up and running too. Oh, he started streaming. Saturday mornings. Some of the work you're doing. I should come follow you. Yeah, they're making hats. That's very cool. I can find you later. I will find you later. I know who you are. I know who you are. Oh, that sounds so threatening. I'll have to come follow you so I can come catch some of your streams at some point. Yeah, yeah. I think they're Lavender Menace on Lavender Menace Shop or something on Etsy. Them and their partner. They're not even here. I'm gonna go. I don't think they use cat hair, no. Yeah, Lavender Menace Shop on Etsy. I'll go plug their shop even though they're not here. Yeah, here. See if it'll let me. Why can I not paste things? I don't know how to use Macs. Yeah, that's my friend's shop. And their partner. Cool. There we go. I can't remember where I was going with this. Don't remember where I was going with this. Something about having weekly check-ins. I don't remember. But I think slowly stuff's going to be added to, more felted stuff and type things. I mean, I have a little bit of a sneak peek, but... Oh, yes! I was asking if any of you had made molds. That's right. Yeah, I don't remember where I was going with that. I guess I was just curious how people's experiences had differed, or what people did differently, and whether it worked better or worse than what I'm doing now. That's really what it came down to. All right, let's get these into the molds. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put 2 gloves on. Making a squeaking noise. So the reason I'm putting gloves on is that if I don't, I'm going to get all my finger oils all over these dice, and I want to get them cleaned off. And I'm just going to clean them off with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. It's a good way to get these cleaned. Oops. Usually I try not to spill it everywhere, but you know, that's fun too. Okay, let's get that off just a second. So, but yes, I was curious, I guess Omar mentioned using PVC pipe, and I've seen that before, and I guess it'd be kind of similar to this, where, you know, you have the one end that's kind of open. I'm just kind of trying to clean these off so there's nothing, no oils or anything on the sides. No weird streaks or anything. And I used to do round molds, actually. I used to do molds like this. You can see here that are round. And I did that in little mixing cups like this, and I cut the bottoms out of them. I think I can fit more in the pressure pot now that I do square ones, or it might just be because... What do they have in common? I think part of that is maybe because they're just straight up and down now, unlike the circular ones, but I don't know. I am waiting for a bad joke here. I hope you know. I'm tensed. I'm tensed for a bad joke. They both make molds. I had to think about who Alexander Fleming was. Was he penicillin? Oh no, Now I'm not sure. No, wait. Was that the guy that discovered penicillin? Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm glad I have my people right. I'm glad that I was prepared for a bad joke, too. All right. There's our nice cleaned off D6. And we're just going to put that. I'm going to try and center it in here. Just try and center it. Yeah, it's not quite centered, but it's centered enough. There's a random piece of stuff I'm just sticking out there. I'll show you. So there's that stuck in there on some tape. Set this one off the side because that one's now ready to be poured. I'm just going to do that all the way down the line. Get all of these in here. You make a fair point. Do you make any other kind of joke? I mean, if you're gonna say it, you know. And these blank inserts, I haven't actually polished them. I sanded them down a little bit, and I did that on purpose, actually. We're gonna see how well it works, because I have a set over here that's for. I have my first ever set of these blanks that I poured, and I'm gonna try those in a set of dice. I'm doing a dice trade with a couple of other dice makers, and so I'm kind of using it as an excuse to experiment with some things. And so the first ever, here's the D4. I can show those to you in just a moment here. All right, that looks good. So I made some inserts, and they look really kind of bland right now, but you can't really see the gold in them very well. But I think you will once it's in resin and it's all shiny. There's kind of speckled with paint and stuff. But that's just kind of a test. We'll see how they look. But the reason that I have these matte is because I think that once they're inside of the shiny resin, they'll appear shiny. And then also, since they're matte, I think the paint might stick to them a little bit better. And one of the main things that I want to do with the blank inserts is paint them. Like, I have all sorts of ideas for painting things. I want to do Yasha dice. I have an idea for Yasha dice with, like, painting roses and lightning. I feel like that'd be cool. I could do all the Critical Role dice. So anyways, I'm making a couple of sets that are matte before I make any that are shiny. Although we'll see if I ever make any that are shiny, depending on how shiny those end up looking. If they end up looking shiny once I get them inside of the dice themselves, then I don't see why I would need to make shiny ones. Yeah. But forgot who Yasha was until it. That's fair. That's fair. Not everybody watches Critical Role. But I feel like a rose and lightning motif would be really cool, just painted on there. I also may have gotten some glow-in-the-dark acrylic paint recently. You don't actually watch it, you just consume cosplay art. I mean, that's fair. There's a lot of hours in that. I tend to, like, fixate on one thing at a time. Like, I tend to get super into, like, one thing at a time. And so it was Critical Role for a little while there. Do a lightning motif. Well, what I was going to say is that I got glow-in-the-dark paint. To be fair, I partially got it because I'm going to be doing a couple of dice. I'm going to be doing a couple of dice for the set that has, like, liquid cores and stuff in it. That are going to be, like, electric themed. And so I made a couple of blank inserts. What are you doing, Luna? There's a kitty cat in here. I was doing a couple of, I made a couple of blank inserts for that, and then I was going to paint lightning on them. And then I saw the, I think Omar sent a picture of some lightning dice that his friend had made on the Discord. And I'm just like, oh, glow in the dark. And so I went and ordered some glow in the dark paint and got some glow in the dark paint to add to the lightning that I was planning on painting anyways. And I think it's supposed to dry clear, so I'm gonna paint the lightning and then just add a little bit of that to the streaks. I think it'd be cool. But I'm gonna have fun with that glow in the dark paint, I think. All right, there's another one. Ah, cat hair. This is completely unrelated to anything, but I realized earlier today that I kind of have nicknames for my cats that are various breakfast foods. Luna being in here reminded me of it. Because, like, when they sleep, they kind of sleep in different ways. Like, Knot tends to be like a loaf. Like, she just doesn't look comfortable when she sleeps. She's just like a little loaf. And so I call her a little loaf. And then Koshi is so oddly proportioned. She just has the oddest proportions to her. Because, like, she's just like a thick cat, except that her, like, legs are really thin. Like, so, like, when she's just laying there, I'll call her Sausage Cat. Because she's just a dense cat. But then she's got little legs. Not like short legs, but just like thin legs. So I've got a little loaf, I've got Sausage Cat, and then Luna, when she lays down, she somehow gets really, really flat. I don't know how she gets so flat. But then so I've called her Pancake Cat. And so I don't know what Fitz is yet, but I've almost got my breakfast foods covered. Alright. This side's just not really clean. I'm not as worried about these having an errant fingerprint or something on them. Just because, you know, like, the idea is that they're probably going to get covered in paint, and it's probably not going to be super noticeable. You joke, but, like, my brother and I have joked for a while now that it's all the ball bearings she likes to eat. Like, she doesn't actually eat ball bearings, but she did for a while there try to eat a lot of objects that she should not try to eat, like random pieces of metal and plastic. And we're like, no, you're not eating that, cat. But she's just so dense. Like, I don't know what it is. That is actually a joke that my brother likes to make too, is that he likes to pick dense cats, and I like to pick dense cats. And in this case, he picks the heavy cats, and I pick the ones that are just a little bit stupid. I somehow have a tendency to just pick the cats that are a little bit derpy. Just a little bit. To be fair, I usually just pick the cats that are kind of energetic. I think that's what it is. I like the playful cats. And if it means that they, you know, run into walls every once in a while, you know, so be it. Alright. Yeah. Alright, that one's looking pretty good. I just want to make sure there's no big things stuck to it. Anything that looks like it might be too dumb to survive on its own, I'm like, hello, baby. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I'm trying to get this. Yeah, see, that's not centered. So we're gonna try and center that a little bit better. That's be better. Is that centered? That looks better. That looks more centered. I think that's good enough. I have met you, Nate. oh gosh. Just reminds me of, I think it was an episode of How I Met Your Mother. I never actually watched the last episode of that, but I'm just thinking of the one where there was a character that just everyone called Honey, and it's just because everyone was like, oh, Honey. I think it was How I Met Your Mother. And it just makes me think of that. She's like, oh, Honey. And I guess that's basically all of my cats. It's just like, oh, kitty cat. What are you doing? Why are you trying to... Oh, okay. I think that was the same episode that was, Who's Your Daddy? I don't know! I watched all of How I Met Your Mother. I didn't like rewatch it or anything, except for the last episode. I have not watched the last episode, and I don't really think I want to. Like, everything I heard about it was just like, oh, that sounds like it wasn't great. So I haven't watched the last episode of it, but I enjoyed it when it was coming out. Don't, yeah, that was kind of the vibe I got. I'm just like, I think I'll just live in my happy little world where things end the way that I want them to end. Silicone, get off. There's a cat hair in here just a moment. This might be easier for you all if you don't have... You have 10,000 channel points? I think you... Don't you... You already have a... Oh, wait. That's not what I want. I wanted to see... What am I... Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see... Okay. Oh, okay. It's. I couldn't remember what I had it set at. See, if you keep getting those though, you could we could get a custom bonus stream. Okay, which I totally stole from Scryer, but. Man. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like something I would do, too. It's just like, I did that... To be fair, I don't usually care about spoilers. But if something is like a spoiler for something that makes me unhappy, I'm just like, okay, I'm no longer interested. Hello, baby. Do we want to see a cat? Should we have a short cat break? Come here. Luna. Luna, baby. Pancake cat. Come here. Come here. Luna. Are you hiding from me? Because you think I'm going to kick you out? I'm not going to kick you out. I'm going to pick you up. Come here. She's hiding. She's underneath the table. I think she thinks I'm going to kick her out. I'm not going to kick her out. I mean, normally I would because she's a pain, but she's not being a pain at the moment. Oh. Saw the spoiler on the Facebook page. Come here. Come here, baby. Come say hi. Come say hi to the people. I'm not going to kick you out. It's okay. Come here. Come say hi. Come say hi. Well, here, wait. Let's do this. There we go. Say hi. Fluffy cat. This is the pancake cat. I don't know how she gets so flat. No got her. You seem very not happy. Usually you're happy when I pick you up. Actually, no, she seems pretty okay. This is just how she is. Say hi. Hi. Okay, you can go down now. Bye-bye. Go hide under the table again. We'll go back to, she does have a lot of fur. And she's not even, I think, the one that is shedding the most at the moment. I think Koshi's shedding the most at the moment. And she probably has the shortest fur out of all of the cats. I say that, but there's hair right there. And right there. It's shedding season. I should not have brought her up here. But it's too late now. She looked like she was resigned. About to be kicked out, yeah. I wonder if it's not Fit. Oh, you're sleeping over there. There's a Fit sleeping over on the chair. That one's new, too. usually Fitz and Luna, and Luna's the one that I just brought up here, are the absolute worst when it comes to being in the craft room. I usually do not let either. The only one that I usually let in here is Not, the kitten. Not the kitten. The kitten named Not. And you'd think that the kitten would be the most trouble, but she's the least trouble in here, because she's content to either sit on my lap or to go sleep on the chair at the table behind me. But Fitz is actually sleeping on the chair at the table behind me, which I've never seen him do before. Usually he's trying to get all up in my business. That's really what makes Luna and Fitz the most annoying in the craft room, is that they want to be in the middle of whatever I'm working on. It's very sweet. It's very sweet. They're like, I want to be involved. And I'm like, that's great, but I'm trying to work on something. But, no, all of my cats are very sweet. They like to come hang out with me. Ooh, what's going on this side? This side's like sticky. I wonder if this side was the one that was down. And it has like stickum on it from the tape or something. Okay, that's feeling a little bit better. No, all of my kitty cats are very sweet. Very, very sweet. So I have a... Cats really just love being included. Oh, it's true, yeah. Oh, let me show you a picture of Koshi. I'm going to show you a picture of Koshi from the other day. We're just taking a full-on cat break at this point. Come on. No, so Koshi does not like to cuddle. She likes pets. Like if you're walking past her, she wants pets. But she doesn't really cuddle. The other cats will cuddle. Like they'll come lay on top of you or right next to you. The closest that Koshi will sleep is like by my feet at night. But the one place that she really wants like close affection is when I'm sitting at my computer. Let's let that load. Oof. It's taking a second for it to find the photo here. Come on. Come on. Load the photo. There we go. Is at my computer. And so the other night, this is the sausage cat, by the way. Cause she's just so dense. She's just straight up passed out in this photo. She's trying to use my keyboard as a pillow. Oh, it went out of focus. Went out of focus. Why'd it go out of focus? Yeah, she's just straight up using my keyboard as a pillow. And I don't know, it's so funny. She's usually pretty content to like hang out, but fairly far away from wherever we are, like in the same room, but you know, she likes pets. She doesn't want to cuddle or anything. But when I'm in my office, she's just like, yes, this is my space. So the problem is, that's the same cat that I have a picture of her as a kitten on top of my keyboard. Let me see if I can find that photo. She's gotten so big as time has gone on. That's Fitz. Oh, here. Let me show you this photo of Fitz since I'm here. I like this photo of Fitz. If it'll find, come on. If it'll focus. Doesn't want to focus, but he's just so, go back a little bit. And I think you get the idea though, even if it's not going to focus on it. But, let me find a photo of Koshi as a baby. That's Fitz. Oh, here we go. Here was Koshi when we first got her. Oh, come on, focus on it. There we go. There's Koshi when we first got her. And she was so small that she didn't even press the keys down on the keyboard. But the problem is, she still seems to think that she can't press the keys down on the keyboard because she likes to try and step on my keyboard. It was earlier today. I was sitting at my desk trying to sand some dice, and Koshi just like sat down on my keyboard. She just like straight up sat on it. And I'm like, ah! What are you typing? This one side just seems kind of... Maybe this side just needs sanded. I think this side needs sanded. Yeah, she's not tiny anymore, but she was so small when we got her. I think she was probably a little too small when we got her. We got her from the local, like, animal rescue, but, right. There's one here. I think this one side just needs sanded. I think that looks more like the rest of the sides now. Okay. Oh, speaking of a kitty cat that wants to be in the way. No, down you go. Not right now. You know, I really have like the same 3 things to talk about. There's dice, there's cats, there's whatever my most recent media fixation is. I think I need more hobbies, guys. I obviously need more hobbies. Okay, there we go. That side's looking better now. Just sanded it down a little bit flatter. Check my mold for cat hair. It's looking okay. There's maybe a little bit right there, but it's looking okay. Don't look in that one. There's actually cat hair in this one. What do you do? Oh dear. Oh no, that one's not actually in the mold. This is why you don't know. No. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where do you think you're going, ma'am? Ma'am, where do you think you're going? Do I need to lock you out? Oh dear. What is it with you guys? If you're just gonna sit there, that's fine. But don't go climbing into stuff. Well, the thing is, Fitz did the exact same thing the other day. He hopped up onto that exact same spot. It's like, oh yes, I must be as tall as possible. The one that she was sniffing, though, that has some random flowers in it, actually. That are dry, but maybe not. They didn't really hold up the best. I do have a scrap bin up there. And I also have one off the side here, and I have one in my table. I have a lot of resin scrap, guys. That's why I was asking earlier about the cubes thing. So there's this thing that's isn't happening yet. It's in like beta or something, where you make just like a cube of resin, and then don't eat the flowers. What are you doing? She's decided she needs to eat the flowers. I guess I don't care that much. I don't think they're poisonous. But you make like a cube of resin, and then there's this company that will cut it into dice. Yeah. Not name brand. Yeah. And a lot of my dice designs, I don't think that would work well with. Just saying. Because I like doing like dioramas and stuff, which wouldn't make sense with that. But one thing that I was thinking that might be cool is making cubes with a whole bunch of my resin scrap, because I have so much of it, and that could make some pretty cool dice, I think, that have all sorts of different like lines of different colors and things. Because you could do kind of a different effect if it's being cut as opposed to being poured. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So that was something I was, that's really why I was looking for it. I had asked a couple of folks, hey, do you remember what that thing was called with the cubes? Because I want to find out more information about it, but I feel like that might be kind of cool with resin scraps. All right, D20. Meat. Yeah, no, I think it is interesting, and I think I could see it being useful for a couple of different things. It depends on prices and everything too. Because it would allow for some more versatility, I think, of doing like custom faces and stuff, which isn't really something I have at the moment. Dang, nabbit autocorrect. It's really meat, yes. Can't believe it's not meat. No, I think it could allow for some different things that just pouring resin doesn't allow for. Like I said, versatility of faces and stuff, which isn't something that I can really provide at the moment. And that's something that I have people ask about quite often. Oh, I wonder what the price is going to be, actually. Because I just realized that there might be a cheap way to get masters made. Sorry, that's exploiting the system a little bit, I think, but I guess that depends on copyright stuff too. What do you do often? What? Did I say you do something often? Why are you eating flowers? I don't know what... Wait, what do you do often? I don't know what you do often. I have a cat that's eating flowers off to the side of me. Oh, no. I have had people ask about doing dice with custom faces on them. Things with various symbols or different fonts. That's something I've been... Cat! That's something I've been asked a couple of times. Like, at least 3, I think. Whether I can do custom faces or not. No, actually I've been asked at least 3 times if I have either a different font or if I can do a different symbols on my dice. There's still a cat here in here, just a moment. There's also still a cat eating flowers off to my side. Come on, get off. Ugh. There we go. I think I got it. Have I made any progress with my 3D printer? I haven't, not really. I need to get some files either made or try out some files. Actually, I have some files that maybe I should try out. I should add that to my to-do list. I need to figure out when I'm going to work on that. That's the thing is, if I don't like actively make time to work on something, I never get it done. Oh, it's like what? It looks almost like blood on there, but it's some of this ink, I think, that got alcohol ink on it. I was like, what's going on? All right, actually, no, I need that left out. So we've got our molds made here for pouring silicone into. So those will get silicone poured into them. Oops. Once the silicone is poured in, we end up with this. Once the silicone's poured in and left to cure for, it's supposed to be like 4 hours, but I usually leave it overnight. I could look up Ribinator's files. Well, to be fair, I was thinking of doing some stuff other than dice too. Need maybe some little things to put inside of dice. I was gonna try and maybe figure out keycaps that way. But yes, I could go look up Ribonators files. But yeah, this is the stuff that I have. You're supposed to let it cure for 4 hours. I let it cure overnight just because it still seems kind of soft after 4 hours. You know, I like to let it sit longer. But then we can take the molds out of the cases here. And actually, I don't need my gloves for this part. Let's move some things off to the side. Actually, I don't think I'll need those gloves again. And this is literally just taking Legos off of here. So that's what we're gonna do for a little while here. Yeah, making molds, it just takes a while. I feel like it's not, I was gonna say it's not complicated. It has multiple steps to it, and it's one of those things where I've definitely gotten better at it as I've done it more. Like, just looking at, like, my old molds versus my new molds, I'm just like, these work better. Oh, were you not here earlier when I showed you all of my silicone scraps? Like, some of them I'll cut up into pieces, and these will get put back in to the new molds. But, if you weren't here earlier, they get put in this bin that I have no idea what to do with it. I have so much silicone scrap. Some of this actually in here is stuff that I will cut up to put back into the molds, but oh man, I have so much. I have no idea what to do with all of that stuff. Because the thin stuff like this, oh god. Yeah, the thin stuff like this, I don't want to like mix it in because I worry that I'll end up with air bubbles. I don't really want air bubbles in there. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, what am I gonna do with all this? Like the resin, at least, I have an idea of, you know, like how I can cut it up and use it. Or, you know, blend it up, do something with that, and put it back into dice. But the silicone. What about dice? Silicone dice? I've seen people make squishy dice, but I feel like that would be a pain because silicone, everything is dice. Because, you know, one of the things about silicone is that silicone sticks to itself, which is something that we will actually get to, because some of these, like this one, we're going to be making the lid today, and it's also made out of silicone. So, well, we'll go over that and how to make it so that when you're pouring the lid, it doesn't stick to the base part. But on the other hand, I have this D4 here that I only got partially filled, so we're going to fill that up the rest of the way. And it's a good thing that it sticks to itself, because it means I can do it more than one pour. In more than one pour, yeah. Put the thin scraps into... Oh gosh, no, that would be such a mess. Because the whole point is that resin doesn't stick to silicone. So I just end up... Oh, that... I don't see that ending well. Because can you imagine trying to sand that? Oh... Oh, I think trying to sand that would be a mess. I don't want to discount any ideas here, but I'm gonna discount that idea. You can try it in your dice adventures, Omar. Let me know how it goes. Oh, that's a good thought, actually. Use them for texture in special effects prosthetic. That's a good idea, actually. I've been wanting to make some, like, horns for a cosplay. It might be a good way to use some of that up. And that stuff I'm not as worried about it having, like, air bubbles in it or anything, too. Like, if I mix it in, because, I don't know, it's just, I don't need it as precision if I'm doing that. And it doesn't matter if there's air on the inside. It really only matters what the outside looks like with that sort of stuff. So That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm just over here. You broke me. I'm over here just sounding like a, I don't know. What am I sounding like? Mildly dying something. Narwhal. Like, why am I making it? Why am I making, I don't need that. I'm over here automatically making another mold. Not mold. Form. There we go. Yeah, I'm making a form versus a mold. Really, I just need to be putting these away. I usually just stack these up into whatever you want to call this, the cube. I still have a cat over here eating flowers. Oh. Form, yeah. I'm like a silicone mold. Not quite. Something in there. Oh, I have tea. That's good. My throat's already getting a little bit tired. It's so strange. It's only been an hour and a half. Whiskey. Yes, my black tea, or I mean my whiskey here. It's black tea. It is rather cold now. A little bit cold. Okay, those ones we need. This one we're gonna unmold. I'll show you what we do with these messy things after I get all of them unmolded. One of these days, I'll just have whiskey in a mug, just to mess with you. No one will know, but it'll be whiskey. But no, it's black tea. I drink a lot of tea. I maybe drink. I wonder if I drink less tea now that I'm not working in an office. I don't know. I feel like maybe I do. It wouldn't mess with you. I know. Only I would know. I don't know what Twitch TOS is for alcohol. I should really learn what all of the Twitch terms of service stuff is, because I don't really know. I usually just try to use some, like, common sense stuff. But I should probably actually go read all of the legal fine print. I'm mostly just going off of what I've seen with other folks. Just be like, oh, can't do that. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's the thing I can't do. It's the same reason that it's just like, I'm so, like, cautious when it comes to, like, copyright stuff, too. I'm just like, I don't know whose photograph this is on Google Images, so we're just going to... Oh, hi, Bosun. It's been a while. How are you doing? It has. We were just talking about your dice earlier, actually. I'm glad you could make it. Oh. The Higgs ones. The gold with the Yes, but which is those are like two completely different things in the same sentence. But I am very sorry to hear that you broke up with your partner. That's no fun. Your favorite. Yeah, those ones, I really like how those ones turned out. I feel like they turned out pretty. Yeah, sometimes it is for the best. So, I'm glad you guys are doing what is healthiest for you, but it can still suck. You know, it's still not fun. Don't feel anything about it. Alright, that's fair. it was you that was doing finals as well, right? Wasn't it you? I'm trying to, like, there's, like, images on names in Discord. Yes! Any idea how that went? Oh, but some people have, like, pictures on Discord, and so I look at, like, the pictures on Discord, and I don't always, like, equate that to people's names, which is just, like, yeah, I mean, hey, that's all you really need. All you really need. Just gotta pass. I'm very happy to be done with college. I guess to be fair, like, you know, I'm happy to be done, and now at this point I'm just like, it might be fun to go take an art class or something like that. Because, like, there's a certain amount of, like, structure that I do like having. Like, it's nice not having to make my own schedule. So something I was talking about earlier was when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, which, you know, who knows. I was making a list of, like, things that I wanted in a job, and some of it was, like, things that I could, you know, I knew from, like, my last job I definitely did not want, and stuff like that. I'm like, I need to get sunlight. During the winter months, I worked in an office, and I got there before the sun came up, and I got home after the sun went down, and I got no sunlight, didn't sit next to a window. I'm like, I want something where I get sunlight. But one of the things that I had on my list was I want something where I don't have to make my own schedule or, like, prioritize my own work type stuff, which is part of the reason that I like doing Uber Eats. Like, you know, it would tell me, hey, here's the job, do you want it or not? You know, you say yes or no. And then it would literally, you know, say, okay, go to this place, pick up this stuff. And so you'd go to the place and pick up the stuff, and you'd say, okay, I picked up the stuff. And then it'd be like, okay, go to this place and deliver the stuff. Like, I didn't have to try and figure out the order that things were supposed to happen in, or try to remember more than one step at once. And I'm just like, this is great. And it's funny, like, looking back at that list of things. I did it for a little while during the pandemic. I did that. I didn't do it for very long, but I did it for a couple months. And I enjoyed it. And then I kind of decided to start putting more full-time efforts towards the whole dice making thing. It's interesting looking back at that list that I made of things that I'm like, here's what I want, here's what I feel like I need. And one of the things that I said that I need is someone else to create a schedule for me, which is so ironic considering what I'm doing now. Which is, I make my own schedule entirely. And now that I'm doing that, to be fair, that was kind of something that I also enjoyed with Uber Eats, was that it was a flexible schedule. Like, there was certain times that it was best to work. Like, it was, you know, you want to work during lunch, you want to work during dinner type thing. And there was, you know, there's actually some stuff that I liked about that. I liked having, you know, working from like 11 to 2 and then having a 3-hour break in the middle of the day. Having like a 3-hour lunch before going back out and working from 5 to 9 or whatever. You know, it was nice having a flexible schedule. But now my schedule's just completely made by me, which is so not what was on my list of things that I thought that I would need. But I think that it's been kind of good for me in like the sense that, like, I know better what I need now when it comes to scheduling. Because one of my problems is, and I've talked about this before, and this is a problem that I have not just with scheduling, but it's just slow, like stopping and actually like writing things down and taking the time to think about them. And part of that's just because and I've mentioned this before too, I feel like other people don't have to do that as much. I feel like a lot of other people don't need to like take the time to either figure out a schedule or read through the script completely and make notes before performing and stuff like that. Oh, actually, cool. I got all of these taken off. And like at this point, like I recognize that even if other people don't need to do that, that's something I really need to do. I can't just do all the stuff on the fly that I feel like other people can, maybe. I need to actually just take the time. And I'm probably wrong too. I'm sure other people do need to take the time to do stuff like that. But it's just actually taking the time to work on my schedule. Like I consider now working on my calendar as part of my job. Like I have it written in my calendar to go work on my calendar. Like Tuesdays, like I have kind of a schedule at this point. Like I have certain days that I work on different things. And usually I don't work on molds on Saturdays, which is why we haven't done molds on stream. Don't usually work on them on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Usually do dice on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Or the resin stuff. Or, commissions and that sort of thing. But, so I have kind of a set schedule. But, Tuesdays are my administration days. And the first thing that's on my list for Tuesdays now is just scheduling. It's like, sit down, figure out, write down your normal schedule of like, Mondays I do social media, I do, I said, make dice. Tuesdays you do molds part 1, you do all of your administration stuff. Like I have kind of that set schedule that I go through and I write everything down now. And then also, take the time to figure out what all commissions do I have open, what needs done on them, what needs done on them next, and when are you going to do that? That is really the kind of scheduling that I need to like sit down and actually do. Because if I don't actually write down what's the next step and when am I going to work on it, it'll never get worked on. Because I just won't realize like how much time has passed since the order was placed, or like what needs done next. And that'll get me too. If I don't know what needs done next, my brain just shuts down. So it's very useful to me to actually like sit down, write out all the steps. I probably actually have some of that. I can probably show you some of that in my calendar. Now we've got these unmolded, we're gonna do a little bit of cleanup before we get ready to make the lids. Okay, let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, I saw stuff on this week. To do on. There's this set of dice that I'm working on. All of the dice are different, so there's different things I need to do. And let's see, to do, make the inserts for a couple of paint, pour. Like I have a list written down of what I need to do on all of these, and then I have written down. I have written down like over here, this is when I'm gonna make them, and then like today I have written down this is when I'm gonna sand them, and then I think I have written down. Yep, I have written down for Monday, this is when I'm going to paint the blank inserts. But I need to like actually write all of that stuff, figure out what all the steps are, and then write all that stuff down so that I get it done. And so in that way, I think that making my own schedule has been good for me, just because it's forced me to realize that I need to do that, and also has forced me to do that. I actually think that I'm more on top of things now than I ever have been, which is funny because now that I'm making my own schedule, I'm more on top of things. I don't know how that quite ended up. Alright, so these are out of their forms now, so we're just going to clean them up a little bit. This is a chunk D20. The normal D20 size is like this. So There's the difference in size there of the molds for you, if you're a little bit curious. But to clean these up, I'm just going to trim around the bottom here. It kind of has like a lip that sticks up. You have an app that you keep projects and calendars and notes in. You used to do paper notes, but you kept forgetting stuff like your supply list. You can only guarantee to yourself that you'll remember your phone. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think, and different things work for different people. I've mentioned this before. One of the reasons that I've gotten the bullet journals to work for me, even though I've never gotten like other calendars and stuff to work for me, is that I can kind of tie in my love of the arts. Like, I've always loved the arts, and it's something that I can always do. And so, you know, having something where I can do a different layout every week. So, you know, there's this week, this week. Here's one that's going to be fun. Look at that. Look at all the Polaroids. You know, something where I can like do fun things. Oh, this week was kind of fun. It keeps me entertained enough that I actually use it. It's like different enough every week that it keeps my brain entertained. And here's flowers. You have friends who've hated schedules but love the physicality and creativity of a bullet journal. Yeah, and like I said, it's different for everybody too. And I think part of it is I like physically writing things down too. It's easier for me to kind of put things in order a little bit. Because like for yesterday, you know, I wrote down all my things and then I also numbered the order I'm going to do things in. And it's just kind of easier, I think, for me to kind of think through that and make changes and stuff with it being, you know, physically written down. But, you know, it's whatever works for you. But I don't know, it's just, it's helped with stress a lot. It has and it hasn't, I suppose. I still tend to, I don't know if obsess is the right word. It's maybe a little bit OCD type thing where I will like repeatedly go over my schedule because I think I'm forgetting something. Well, at this point, it's like it makes me super anxious if I don't have my schedule now, because I always feel like I'm forgetting something. That's something that, if you've been to my streams before, I usually say before I go to actually pour resin, is I feel like I'm forgetting something. And usually, you know, sometimes maybe I am. Sometimes I've forgotten a single pigment or something. But, you know, I can't really tell whether I've actually forgotten something or not. I just kind of it always feels like I'm forgetting something. So having it written down somewhere and being able to be like, it's written down, you don't have to worry about it. This information is somewhere else. It doesn't have to be in your brain right now. You're envious because you want an aesthetic bullet journal. Mine's just, to be fair, mine's not super aesthetic. I use a lot of the same things. You who? You gotta put a name. I'm also gonna cut up the corners here a little bit and also kind of even them out. And I'm also trying to get rid of a bunch of this extra stuff that's just kind of sticking out. Just trying to clean these up a bit. Sorry, I have so much. I really need to fix this black box thing. I wonder if I can. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Oh no! Let go! Let go! Oh no! What have I done? Ah! Oh no! It's so frustrating. Oh no! You're all getting moved too. Just a second here. I was trying to fix it so that the chat. Oh, come on. Wasn't all. Like, I need to get a bigger black box. It just doesn't want to work out for me, does it? You're going on a road trip. We're going on a road trip, everyone. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll find a bigger black box later. It doesn't. The problem is that when I try to scale it, it scales it instead of actually like just getting bigger in one direction, and it won't let me rotate it. So you guys are just gonna go off into the ether for the time being until I actually figure out a better way to do chat. I should probably figure out some sort of like overlay type thing I could set up, but part of it is just because things have certain dimensions to them. Like I can make chat super big too. Look at that! Woo! Okay. Yeah. But I should make an overlay or something. Maybe that'll be something I work on at some point. I feel like that'd be easy enough to do. It'd probably be, you know, nicer looking than just a random black box in the middle of my screen. So I think we could get that figured out. Yeah, I'm just trying to clean these up a little bit. They're just little bits of silicone. They're just kind of hanging out of here. How long have I been streaming now? And I'm still just like, maybe I should make it so that the chat's actually legible. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. And or using the bonk command with the person's name. Alright. There's a little bit more that we'll need to do with this before we can actually put the lid on it, but including cleaning up the face that's sticking up. There's still some like sticky residue from the tape. Let's see if I can get it so you can see. Yeah, you can see there's some sticky residue there from the tape, and we'll clean that off too before we actually get the keys and everything made. But let's go through all of these and clean them off. You know, I didn't actually take this into account. Fire paper? That sounds dangerous. Where can I get in on this? You know, I didn't actually take this into account, the mold making time. So I went and like timed all the various parts of making a set of dice. Like pouring the dice, sanding the dice, cleaning off the dice after getting them out of the tumbler from polishing, and like, you know, I finally kind of figured that a set of dice takes about 3 hours of active work time minimum to make. So it was almost yeah, because it takes about 40 minutes. So I did 3 sets of dice at a time, and you know, so dividing things up, you know, it took about 40 minutes per set of dice. Oh, if you put !bonk and then you @ someone in the chat, it just bonks them on the head with a cardboard tube. That's literally all it does. I have very useless commands in my chat. What are the commands that I have? Yeah, I literally have !bonk, !glitter, !lurk, and !discord, which only I and my mods can do, which I'm trying to change it so anyone can do that one. But I have mostly useless commands. No, there's not. That's literally all that's in all of my commands. I need to, I need to update things. Oh no, the bonking's not going away, believe me. Believe me, I'm just thinking maybe we should add some actually useful ones. Like, you know, maybe something that makes it so that people can see what commands are available, or gives them some actual information about things. I guess we have Discord, which gives actual information, but I did also just add that to my About section. I should have the Discord link in my About section now. Yeah, see, there we go. You've got the right idea there. Yeah. I think that, to be fair, those got made on on stream. Stretch time. which is probably good for anybody else who hasn't stretched in a while. Maybe I'll stand up for a little bit. That's always good. Oh, anybody else? Oh, actually, yeah, that's good. Oh, my upper back. There's some new channel point things to Bosun that you probably haven't seen. I added a couple of bigger ones that are now available. Just so you know. Oh, yep, no, we're gonna stretch because actually that's nice. Oh, my back. We'll stand for a little bit. That'll be good for me. It'll be good to stand for a little bit. So we're still just cleaning off all the extra silicone on here. You're here to chill and eat dice, as one does. As one does. The gourmet dice. Yes. They're very crunchy. I have told my brother that if he gets food safe silicone, I will make him dice molds so that he can make candy dice. Those wouldn't be to sell just because food handling laws and all that. We don't have a commercial kitchen, but I do think it'd be fun to make. Well, it'd be my brother that would make candy dice. But I said I've told him if he gets me food safe silicone. What are you doing, Luna? She finally hopped down. You guys might have heard the thunk earlier that I didn't even think about at the time, because I'm so used to my cats jumping from places and making thunking noises. But now she's just sitting over here. What are you doing? Yes, is there a Fitz over there? Fitz and Luna have kind of a thing where they don't get along the best. I see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying. I'm not promising anything there. You've always wanted to eat a die. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. It's just like, I don't know. I guess you can, because there's certain ways you can kind of get around stuff, but yeah, it's not a commercial kitchen, so there's like laws and things, but if you're not buying it, I guess that's kind of a different story. I don't know. I have to look up the laws. I don't know what the laws are. I actually called, who did I call? Was it the Food and Drug Administration at one point? Because a friend and I were talking about, the same friend that's selling hats now, we're talking about making like tea blends to sell. I'm like, does this fall under spices or does this fall under food? Because there's different rules for different things. And it was just like, oh, this is more complicated than I really want to deal with when it comes to food. Like, there's just a lot of stuff. But at the same time, you can do like bake sales, as long as you say like it's not made in a commercial kitchen, and you are not like, if it's by donation, I think you're not like technically selling it. You can do that. But there's some gray area. There's some gray area. But also, it'd be my brother making them and not me, so I wouldn't want to promise anything on that front. I feel like candy dice are probably something that exists. I feel like someone's got to sell those. Someone's got to sell candy D&D dice. Because, I mean, everyone talks about wanting to eat dice. Like, that is just a thing. So, I mean, someone's got to make, like, hard candy dice, right? I feel like that'd be easy enough to do. You could just do, I mean, sprue molds might be easier, I don't know, but, like, I don't see why you couldn't make them. Sugar cube dice, oh, there we go. I should find those. Those would be great for tea. I could have a D&D tea party. Combine my passions. Ah, the silicone is so like staticky. Anything's edible once. No, sugar cube dice, so that'd be cool. I mean, whether you have teeth left afterward or not, that's a different story, but I mean, I guess you can eat dice if you want to. This is not me saying you should eat my dice. Please don't sue me when you break all of your teeth. This is not what I'm saying. Please don't eat my dice. They are a choking hazard. Also, I'm pretty sure my resin is not food safe. That's why I don't make cutting boards and stuff like that. It shouldn't be toxic, but I would not suggest eating food off of my dice, I guess. Big warning label here. Yes, basically. Just gotta put that out there, guys. I'm so like paranoid when it comes to business stuff like copyright and mostly copyright. Copyright's usually what gets me. I guess I'm not too worried about people trying to eat my dice. I feel like that would be on them if they did that. Like, obviously someone could try and sue or whatever, but I'm like, I mean, if you're gonna be stupid enough to try and eat plastic, but there's cat hair all over this mold. Let's see if we can get some of that off. But it is also a thing. Like, that is, teacher, that's something that it always amuses me when it gets commented on a set of my dice. Like, it makes me happy. But that is like a thing. People saying, I want to eat those for dice. I think my favorite thing that I've seen with my dice, and I think I've only really seen this on Tumblr, because I have 4 different social media accounts that I post to. I have, gotta go. Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your night. What was I saying? What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. I got distracted by saying goodbye. What was the words that I was saying? I really don't remember. Oh well, we're gonna go back to mold making. If anyone else remembers, feel free to let me know. Let's trim off some of the extra on here. What was it? Now it's gonna bother me though. Now it's gonna bother me. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Don't know. Now we're almost done cleaning these up though. This is the last one that I need to clean up, and then I can show you guys how we make how I make my keys for molds for the lids. And this is something that I complained about with, I got some keycap molds. Let me grab. There we go. I got some keycap molds. So these are to make keyboard keys. And my one big gripe with them is that there is nothing to keep the lid in the right spot. There's no like indentation or anything that it sits in. There's nothing to make sure that this stays centered and doesn't end up like over here, all pressed all the way against the side. You can kind of see in the corner there, pressed all the way against the side. There's nothing to make sure that it stays in the right spot. And so that's what we're going to try and do with these, is make sure that they have something that keeps the lid sitting in the right spot. I really, yeah, if I could get those molds to work, that'd be great, but yeah, I don't. I'm still thinking on keycap molds. I want to make keycap molds, but I need to get some stuff figured out. Yeah, this one had like a big bubble right here. I cut it out a little bit. It had a big bubble in the corner. And everything else looks fine. I don't know why it had that one big bubble there. It's so strange. Okay. Alright. Alright. So these ones have a bit of sticky stuff on them from the tape. You can see there's quite a bit of sticky stuff. So we're gonna try and get that off. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use an older Q-tip. Wow, I blanked on the word Q-tip. It's like, what are these called? We're gonna use a Q-tip to try and get some of this gunk off with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. Usually I can scrub it enough and use my fingernail and get it off. It actually does a pretty good job of getting the goo off. So I'm just gonna try and get all of this random junk off of here. There's still a little bit. So, and this is basically what we did when we were putting these ones in here, just cleaning them off. But now we're just cleaning off this face, since this is the one that's going to be have all the silicone poured onto it, and we want it to be nice and clean. Just a second, I'll show you this, and it's much cleaner now. It really does a good job of getting all of that like extra junk off of it. Yeah. It's now all streaky though. I want to try and get it nice and clean so that it's not covered in streaks, but I guess it wants to have streaks on it. But I'll get that, but let's see if I can show you. See, no more gunk on it. It's all streaky on the surface, but no more tape gunk, which is much better. Let's see if we can get some of those streaks be gone. Alright, there's maybe a couple little streaks over here, but streaks. I'm just saying streaks a lot. Alright, that's much better. Got the face much cleaner. And then we'll be cutting keys into that. Let's do the next one though. This one also has a whole bunch of gunk on the face. Do I ever look at my masters and go, ice cubes? Can't say that I have. I feel like maybe I will now. I feel like, you know, now that it's been said, I don't know if I'll, it's like one of those things you won't be able to unsee it. But I guess maybe I always think of ice cubes as being like square bricks, so I hadn't really thought of it. All of that gunk off of there. I think that's what's getting stuck and streaking and stuff, is the all that gunk. Oh, you know what I should do? I should get all of that gunk off with this, and then I should use the other one to actually like clean it after I get all this off, because it's ending up like kind of with like just some streaks on it, like I was saying. And I think it's maybe some of that gunky stuff from the tape that's just kind of diluted but still kind of stuck a little bit. So I'm gonna use my newer scrubby Q-tip, try and get that off. But let's try and get all these big pieces off first. So the other thing that I'm really excited to have the mold done for is my new D2. I got D2, guys. Look at that. It also has stuff on it that I need to clean off, but I'm gonna have D2s now. Just little flat coins. So that'll be fancy. So it's been, you're gonna eat the D2s. Just add them to the snack bowl of dice that you got going on. I think it was mentioned before, the idea of making some dice and then making molds of those dice. And I think I might do that for the D2s. I might try and make a few D2s and then make more molds, because I want to get quite a few of those made, I think. Partly just because I want that to start becoming like a normal thing that I make with sets. And so, you know, I have multiple mold sets at the moment for have all the other dice, but I just have this one D2 mold that's not even done yet. So if I want to get those up and running quicker, I think I might try making a die and then using that die as a to make another mold. It's like propagation, I guess, sort of we're gonna propagate some dice like plants. Come on. There's still some like gunk and stuff on here that's making all sorts of little. Okay, that's looking better, I think. So let's. All right. That's still very streaky. Streaky. We're still using the word streaky a lot. You know, one of the hardest dice to make, I think the hardest die out of all of the dice, different dice to make, is the D20. And the biggest reason for that, there's actually like two main reasons for that. One of them is that for the size of the die that it is, because it takes a lot more resin than the other dice, it's quite a bit bigger. It probably it has the smallest opening to it. Just the little opening here is so small. So if you want to do something kind of complex in it, or add a figure to it or something like that, you don't have a lot of space to work in. And conversely, D6s are the easiest to make. And I'm just trying to get all the stuff off here. So I think, you know, D20s, they're the hardest to pour, especially if you're going to do intricate stuff, because the opening is so small compared to the size of the die. And then, oh, this one actually needs straight up cleaned. And then the other thing is that when it comes to sanding, D6s, sometimes I don't even need to sand a side. Sometimes the flashing around the edges is so little that I can just kind of scrape that off and just kind of like subtly sand the very corners a little bit, and it's perfect. I just throw that in the tumbler to polish, and it's all good. The D20, I always have to sand 4 different sides. I can show you what I mean there. How do I get these? Oh, that's looking pretty good. We're gonna call that one good. I'm trying to get these so that they don't have giant streaks of things. Okay. D2s, you mean the D&D communion wafer? Wow. Wow. Here, I'll show you on this D20. So on D20 is the side that is up. I usually, this is the one that was up. That was the one, that's the equivalent of this. And you end up with like a little bit of a ledge kind of around all of these sides, like a little bit of a lip. Let's see if I can show you. This one's not too bad, so it's not super noticeable, but let's see if I can get it so you can see here. You can kind of see that little lip there. I found it for a second there. Yeah. It's found my thumb. Yeah, you can kind of see that little lip there. It's black and rose gold. Oh, come on. Now it doesn't want to find anything close. Come on. But, well, I'll just go up here. It's black and rose gold. But it ends up with like a little lips around the edge. And part of that, I think, is because of the silicone I use. It's not super stiff. And so I think gravity kind of pushes in a little bit. But because of how that ends up, I usually end up needing to sand. Well, I always end up sanding this side, this side, this side, and this side. So I end up doing 4 different sides that need sanded. And because of that lip, usually there's enough that I end up having to do it with like the sanding wheel that I have. I guess I don't have to, but it helps a lot. Tempting your aesthetic. Here, I'll show you the full set of these. These are ones I hope to have in the next restock. I made... They're kind of like half black and then half like rose gold. I made 2d6 for a commission, and they wanted 1 rose gold dye and 1 black dye. And I had a little bit left over, and I threw it into one of the molds, and I'm like, ooh, those are kind of pretty together. Because I like how the black and the rose gold overlap, and it just turns kind of gold. Yeah, yeah. Not quite sure what I'm gonna ink them in yet. Maybe white. I feel like that'd be kind of classy. Thanks. I felt like they were kind of like classy colors to go together. Yeah, not sure what color to ink them necessarily. All right. Let me actually go back to making molds like like my stream title suggests. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to like, I've mentioned this before, I'm pretty sure. There's like certain dice that I've made that I feel like are my style, and certain dice that I've made that I feel like aren't my style. And it's very much just kind of a vibes thing. Like, there's no real way for me to, like, tell you why. And there's dice that I've made that I really like that I don't feel like they're particularly my style. It's just like, I really like these. I think they're pretty. I don't think that they kind of represent my art style. That's kind of what it is. But I've been trying to kind of figure out where do I want to head with things. And part of that has been me trying to make things that are more complex. But every once in a while, it's really nice to just do... I think they were. I think part of it is I like doing things that are... not necessarily busy, but that are... Because sometimes things are too busy, and I'm just like, these aren't really me. Like, I like doing things with inclusions. I like doing flowers. I like doing foil. I like doing that sort of stuff. I like doing things that have like multiple things going on, but like don't have too much. But what was I saying? Oh, just trying to kind of, it's nice every once in a while to just find a couple of colors, or even just do a single color, and just do a 1 or 2 color set of dice. Do something that's maybe just a single color, and some foil, or some iridescent flakes, or some glitter. Just something that's kind of simple. Not even simple necessarily. I don't know, that it's something that I've been thinking about just scrolling through Instagram recently, is just looking at dice that other people have made, and I'm just like, what can I do to make my dice different from other people's dice, just in style and everything. And part of that, you know, there's the whole thing where it's just like your art style is going to be unique just because it's yours to a certain extent, like just by drawing. And you know, if you do drawing or something, just the act of drawing things is going to give you some sort of art style, even if, you know, you don't necessarily know what it is. But at the same time, I'm just like, there's, you know, a lot of dice makers out there. It's become, you know, definitely more popular too. I think more and more people are getting into it, either as a hobby or as a profession. It's like, what can I do to make mine, you know, different? But sometimes they don't need to be. Sometimes they just don't need to be. Sometimes it's just nice to make something that's just nice, even if it's not super unique or anything. And I think part of it too is that even if I don't think it's unique or particularly complex or anything, it doesn't mean that someone else isn't gonna love it. And this doesn't mean I'm not gonna love it too. Like, I really like that. I really like that set there. That's the pink and the rose gold and the black. It's like, it's two colors, but at the same time, I feel like they're pretty. I think that's a struggle that lots of people have in various different artistic fields too. And it's part of, I guess, yeah, just like, and it, to be fair, it's kind of weird to a certain extent. It's kind of like also being like, what should I be typecast as? If you're doing theater or something, it's just like, you know, what sort of niche do I fall into? Which maybe isn't necessarily what you want, but at the same time, it's just like, what encompasses my style, and how can I use that to show that what I'm making is different? Because I want to make something unique. I think that's really what it comes down to. I'm like, I want to make something that's like, it's, I don't know, artistic in a way that shows off art that I can make. And I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it sounds I don't know, egocentric or something on my part. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Let me get this nice and shiny. I'm excited about this D2. I think it'll be nice. It's still a little bit streaky. We're back to it being streaky. I'm gonna go in kind of circles, I think. That might help a little bit. Why is it like this? Ah. Oh. Ah. I am excited to try out these jumbo dies. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with them yet. I have a lot of ideas for the blank inserts. And that's what's really exciting me at the moment, is the blank inserts. I'm like, I think part of it is just that I love painting. Like, I've said before, I don't know if I've said on here before, I probably have, like, and I've asked other people before, I'm like, if there was one thing, if you could only do like one thing all day, what would you want to do all day? And the thing that I've always said is painting. I love painting. But I also don't want it to be my job. And part of that is just because, like, I like making paintings and stuff, but I don't necessarily want to give them to other people. And part of it is also that I like doing really experimental stuff with painting. Like with the crow painting that I did recently. I don't know that that's necessarily like marketable or whatever, just because it's just fun. I like doing weird stuff. But with the blank inserts, I can do all sorts of little tiny painting. That's so exciting to me. All right, let me toss out all of this old tape. We're gonna cut some keys into these. So, still thinking about lightning dice. Oh, yeah. I think that'll be cool. Lightning dice will be fun. Well, I have the idea for the lightning and roses, and then I'm gonna do some lightning dice for that set that I was talking about. So let me give you an example of what we're gonna be doing. That works. So what we want is some sort of divots here, so that when the lid is set on top of it, it knows where to stay. Like when I was talking about those other lids, they don't have any divots or anything, and so the lid can slide around. But when it's like this, the lid is kind of locked into place. Yeah, that goes over here. So that's what we want to do with these. And so to do that, I'm gonna grab a crafting knife, and we're just gonna kind of cut away some stuff. And I usually do like corners. I'm just gonna kind of cut out some little sections, just some little corners and stuff. You can see the corner there. Just cut that out. Get the cat hair off of there. That's suddenly there for some reason. I'm gonna need to figure out a way to put some keys, because I don't want it to like slide either. That's something that I actually ran into with one of the molds I made recently. I didn't really think about it at the time, but the way that I had set it up, like the mold could still kind of shimmy, like it could turn, and I don't want that either. So we want probably at least 3 different keys here, I would think. Or at least have 2 that'll kind of lock into place. I think maybe we could just do 2 if I do it like this. And I'll show you what I did. Wow, I can hear all sorts of crickets outside the window. Alright. Man, I'm so excited to be able to see people again. That's gonna be so nice. Okay, so I think that should work to keep things in place, if I'm thinking about it correctly. Because you'll have this that'll keep it from turning, and then this one will keep it from sliding. So I think that should work. I might want to make it a little bit deeper though, I'm thinking. Because I want it to be deep enough that when I put the lid on, even if there's a little bit of resin kind of in between, it'll still make it all the way down. That is kind of the problem with the cap molds, is you end up wasting a bit of silicone just cutting out all the keys and everything. But this is the kind of stuff that I will reuse. Like, I've been putting this stuff straight into the little cup I have over here that's like cut up pieces that I can stick back into the molds. Alright, I think that should be good. Except I want it deep enough that it will actually hold in place. I think both sides should be fine. We can cut this one a little deeper maybe. Alright. Alright. That's good. And then let's get some going for our big chunky boys. The D6 is nice because, like, I can tell exactly where the die is because it just goes straight down. So I know I'm not going to get anywhere close to it if I'm cutting the corner here. I'm cutting corners. But once we get to like the D10 and stuff, I want to start doing things at kind of angles so I can make sure that I avoid the dye completely. I don't want to end up super close to the dye. That would be bad. So I want all of the sides of my dye to be nice and smooth. So let's get some corners. Alright. I'm not always the best judge at like how many I need to make sure that it's not going to swivel or anything, so I tend to go for like all the corners if I can. But I also want to like make them different enough, the corners and stuff different enough that I know which direction the lid goes on once I have the resin in. Because that's something that I've run into before, where if I make all of the corners like the same size, so like I have two that are smaller and then like one that is noticeably bigger. If I make them all the same size, once there's resin in there and I have the lid off, I can't actually tell which direction it goes. So it's always nice to have at least one corner that's different from the others so that I can make sure I have it lined up correctly. Alright, D20. And like I said, we're going to go kind of an angle here because I want to make sure that I don't actually cut into the die itself. Although I might have gone a little bit too big, but that's okay. I probably don't actually need to make the keys this big, but that's okay. I'm gonna cut this one in half. And we'll use some of this, like I said, in making the lids as well. We'll use it as to kind of fill in. But I'm just trying to make them kind of unique. And I'm trying to do these in such a way that I'm cutting them not close to the die, like I mentioned. And it's also kind of useful to have the different ones look different and not just have all the corners exactly the same, because that makes it easier to tell all the lids apart too. I usually do a pretty good job of like keeping the base with the correct lid, but still, you know, especially with like when you get to like the D10s, you want the D10 lids to be different so that you don't get them mixed up. I've done that before where I'm just like, these both have all four corners cut out. Which ones do these go to? Like I said, we want these to stay in place. Don't want them to swivel too much. And we want to be able to figure out how to put them on. Hasn't actually been a super long stream. I wasn't sure how long this was going to take. I mean, we still have to finish doing this and then actually pour silicone and stuff, but I wasn't quite sure how long the stream would be. Like, this could go really quick. This could take 5 hours. I don't know. Like I said, the mold making process isn't my favorite, so like, I don't know. It feels like it takes quite a while to do, but part of that I think is just me. I think what it is that there's enough steps in the mold making process that I like have to think about it as I'm working. So I can't like just shut my brain off, but it's also at the same time kind of like it's a lot of kind of repetitive stuff. And so it ends up being kind of boring. Like, I don't know. I think that's what it really is. I find it a little bit boring because it's not quite enough to turn my brain off, but still a lot of the same stuff over and over again. I must say that streaming while doing it does make it a little bit more exciting because, I don't know, there's a certain amount of brain power that is required to do some streaming. There's a certain amount of like trying to keep track of things at the same time. I'm not saying I'm a good multitasker. Don't get me wrong there. But like there's a certain amount of kind of multitasking that's required when streaming. Trying to keep an eye on the chat in case people say things. Keep track of what I'm working on. Talk nonsense for extended periods of time, which, I mean, to be fair, I could do that anyways. When am I not talking nonsense? To be fair, I'm not usually talking while I'm working if I'm not streaming or like talking to someone. Just want to put that out there. I'm not usually just randomly talking to myself. I mean, it may seem like it since that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Like, I do recognize that there's people listening to what I'm saying, I think. Or at least people tuning out what I'm saying. Which, I mean, I can't talk. That's what I do when I watch streams, is put it on as, like, background sound. But, yeah, I'll do that. At the same time, I am in a room by, well, there's a cat over there. But otherwise, I'm in a room by myself, just talking a whole bunch. And I think that's part of what, it's not natural to be on camera. That's, yeah, there's, so, I don't know how to put this. Like, there's a certain amount of just familiarity and stuff that's required to, I don't know, the first time that you are on camera, you're not going to be a natural at it, probably. Like, it is actually a skill that you can kind of work on. And it's a strange thing to kind of think about. Like, you might think that being on camera is exactly the same as just being, you know, acting, or not acting, but, you know, normal life. But it's a bit like if you've ever taken photographs of people, of like friends and family and stuff, and if you've ever taken like a photograph of them when if they're not paying attention to, like they don't know that they have a photo being taken of them versus if they do know that a photo's being taken of them, like people act differently. And so when you are on camera, the goal is to, like, you do know that, you know, the camera's on you, like in like a family photo or whatever, but the goal is to make it seem like you don't. It's kind of like it's kind of like trying to make a candid photograph, like something where the person does not know that they're being photographed, but while they know they're being photographed. I guess that's kind of how it is, yeah. And there's a certain amount of just being comfortable, I guess. So this one is a little bit funky. I wouldn't normally have put a key here because it's rather close, but I had like a big air bubble here for some reason, and so I just cut it into a key, just as a note. That's why there's a weird random divot here now. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is. Maybe if anybody else here has ever done anything on camera, maybe you can chime in and refute that, or I don't know, tell me that it's completely different or something like that. But I feel like that's kind of what it is. It's kind of figuring out how to to know that a photograph is being taken of you, but acting in such a manner that they can't tell on the photograph that you knew that the photo was being taken. I need better words for that, but hopefully you guys understand what I'm trying to convey there. Well, yeah, it just takes a certain amount of just getting used to it, I think. Oh, my nose itches. I'm gonna grab some tea, because I've been talking nonstop for 2.5 hours. Alright, we almost have our keys cut here. I'm gonna put a couple more in these corners, and then these will be all set. Although I have cat hair all over everything now. Why is there cat hair all over everything? There's always cat hair all over everything. Maybe that'll be my I think I want something cat related. If I get another emote slot, probably something cat related. Maybe I'll try and like hire someone to do any more emotes though. Go pay someone else to draw things for me. I feel like that is not necessarily where my talents lie in drawing. I like painting. It's weird. I like painting. I don't feel like I'm good at drawing. Don't feel like I'm good at drawing. Painting, yes. Drawing, no. That seems like kind of maybe a paradox? Is that the word I'm looking for? Maybe it seems a little paradoxical. Maybe paradox is the word I'm looking for. But I don't know. Oh, that is not the right side. So we've got our keys all cut. I'll show you again. Here, I'll show you on the this D10 here. We've got all of our little divots cut, all of our corners and everything cut. A couple of them I did the edges. I'm gonna clean these off one more time because there's cat hair on some of them. I'm also going to grab my very fancy stuff that makes it so that the lids aren't going to stick to the base here. It's just Vaseline. Where was that thing that I was grabbing? There it is. I'm going to grab some not very sticky tape. And I'm going to try and get any of this cat hair off of here. Alright. Trying to avoid the actual face of the die. I don't want to add anything to those. Alright, so I'm going to show you the fancy forms that I use for my lids. So I've got all of those pretty cleaned up. I'll show you what we use here. I just referred to myself as we. That was maybe weird. What I use? I guess I'm using we as a collective. I'm including you guys in on this too. I do that, I've noticed, when I'm talking to people who've ordered stuff too, like commissions and things. I'll say, like, you know, I don't know, I'll use we instead of saying either I or you. You know, we'll figure out what we like, type thing. Okay. So, alright. Our fancy dancy forms for the lids. This here is tape. This here is packing tape. Yeah, this does a pretty good job actually of keeping all the silicone in and everything. I'm just going to go around here, make sure that that's all nice and flat. I'm going to go all the way around. In the past, I have also taped like the bottoms, like I did with these. How I tape the bottoms, and I've kind of discovered it's just not necessary. Like, it doesn't really, like, it doesn't really leak if I don't do that, so just as long as that's on there pretty tight, we should be good. And that's supposed to be on there pretty tight. Now if the cat hair could get out of there. There we go. So we've got our fancy form here for our lids. I'm gonna do that for all of these. And I only have the 4 here. Oh, good evening. How are you doing this evening? Cat hair, my beloved. There's a whole bunch on the bottom of this mold, but it's on the bottom, so I don't need to worry about it too much. Ooh, just got a fun commission. That's exciting. cat hair and everything is the way of life. It really is around here. There's always cat hair. That was, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to have my, my jumbo dice molds all ready to go. And also my D2. I'm so excited about my D2. I'm almost more excited about the D2 and the blank inserts than I am the jumbo dice. But I am also excited about the jumbo dice. Your DM has plot important alcohol bottles, so you get to design them. Ooh, that's cool. That's exciting. I feel like. Alright, wait. I feel like that's a good. This is a good use. There we go. Oops. Oops. Ah. I feel like that makes sense. We're talking D&D. Ooh, one's blue and glittery, made for you. That's good. So it's always scary when the DM has something made for you. You've put off making molds like a pro. You've had your silicone waiting in your craft area for over 2 months. Oh man. Yeah, it's I've mentioned before, mold making is like one of those things where I'm just like, it's not my favorite, but like as I've done it more, it's gotten easier and easier. I feel like my molds have gotten better. So I mean, I feel like it can be kind of a pain. I'm gonna be straight with you there. Like it can be kind of a pain, but you know, it's also, you know, it gets easier as you do it. It just takes time. So have you made any molds, Lindley? Or are you putting off even just trying it out? Because if you need any like tips or pointers or anything, that's this would be a great time to ask. Let's see. So in the Wizard Tower campaign, the first level of it was a contained tavern. I think you mentioned that, yeah. The wizard apparently had an old adventuring party, and each bottle is to represent them. Oh, interesting. But one of them represents you? That's interesting. Oh, hi, Luna. There's a kitty cat here to help. She's better not come up here. There's too many things that need to stay cat hair free. But this is why we have cat hair everywhere. Let's see. Yeah, but I'm just terrible at it. They always have flaws that require a lot of finishing afterwards. Just waiting until you're desperate for the next iteration. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Sorry, baby. Say hello to the camera, then say goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, man. You were up here for half a second. How did you get this cat hair in here? Okay. I was showing off some of my old molds earlier. Yeah. The bottle is my aesthetic, though. If it's made specifically for me, it's probably the pomegranate wine. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. You're going to leave us now. Actually, move this one up a little bit. There we go. See, as long as I don't use the lyrics, I'm fine, because parody law, right? That's how that works. I can sing things if it's with different lyrics and call it a parody. I'm back to my my copyright concerns. So see, now I'm gonna well, I don't have to grill you. I was gonna see if you wanted to do any troubleshooting, Lindley. I'm curious what's giving you trouble with your molds. Maybe we can figure it out, or maybe you already know. I know there's things with like my dice and stuff where it's like I can see this flaw and I know why it's a flaw and it's still an issue, but you know, it's like I said, I just don't have the. No, you know exactly what the problem is. Fair. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things with like my dice where I'm just like, yeah, I know exactly what the problem is here. I don't know that I have the skills to fix that problem, or, you know, I don't know that I want to take the time to fix that problem right now. Okay. Alright, get that out of there. Base is too thick for cap molds. Using UV resin. Oh, okay. Using UV resin that was not compatible with your silicone for your screw attachment. Oh, okay. Lots of little things that just kind of got in the way, it sounds like. Hello, how are you doing, Nerd Hall? I think we must be in different time zones. There's I've noticed that there's like a few folks that end up making it. I'm gonna try doing this one slightly differently. That end up making it to like my streams like quite a bit later. Ah, waiting for resin to cure. Are you doing 2-part resin or UV resin? Because when you say waiting for it to cure, I'm just like, are you like sitting there waiting for it to cure, or is it one of those things where you're like, well, I'm waiting for it to cure in the next 24 hours? Okay, we're gonna try and do this one a little bit differently and see how it goes. Also, what are you making? 2-part epoxy. Oh, okay, 24-hour wait. Yeah, that's the hard part, I feel like, with the whole resin thing, is just waiting. It's just like, I want to know how it turned out, but I gotta wait for 24 hours. Okay. I'm making this one a little bit different because it's so shallow. We'll see how well that works, but we'll try it. Alright. That should be all the tapes that we need. Ah, don't make some wall art pieces. Cool. Alright, so to make it so that the lids of these don't stick to the base, we gotta put something in between the base here and where the lid's gonna go, because silicone will stick to itself. You've officially gotten a B in chemistry! Yay! Excellent! So we're gonna use some petroleum jelly. Is Vaseline a brand? I guess I've always called it Vaseline, but I think that's a brand, and petroleum jelly is like the actual thing. Like the generic type thing. It's like how Kleenex versus like, I don't know, what is it, facial tissues or something like that? Well, everyone just calls them Kleenex. My time of torment is done. Jen's back in the corner, just bottles! So we're going to try and get this petroleum jelly to all the nooks and crannies here, and then I'm also going to need to get it all over the surface of this without touching the die itself. Because if I get it on the die, it's going to show up on the mold for the die, and I don't want that to happen. So I want to try and get it as close to the die as possible without actually getting it on the die. You went from dice to bottles. Bonus for you, someone who got dice in bottles. It's true. All the fancy containers. Oh, that's something I want to check at some point. So I was trying to figure out how I'm going to package jumbo dice. So my regular dice, I ship in little glass bottles. When people order them. I think I've only ever had one break that I know of in the mail. But I ship in little glass bottles. Yeah, in bigger bottles. Well, yeah, I don't know how well that would work. Like, it's an idea, but I did get some little cloth bags. I'm hoping that the dice will fit in them, but we'll see. I need to actually test it with the dice, but they're all kind of tied up at the moment. So once I actually get all of these molds made, I'm going to check that these masters actually fit in the little cloth bags that I got. I feel like a little cloth bag's kind of nice too, because like you can also put dice in that, and you could put like your little dice in it and carry them around and stuff. They're not like fancy or anything, but they're just, I don't know, little bags. To be fair, even if they don't fit the jumbo dice, because I think it's gonna be pretty close, they do fit a little glass bottle. They will fit like my soap and stuff. Might be a little bit big for it, but I might start packaging soap in those, because I feel like that would be kind of nice. And it's actually a lot quicker for me than trying to wrap each individual bar of soap in brown paper, which is what I was kind of doing at the moment. So having a little cloth bag, I think, is kind of nice. But we'll see if things fit. Yeah. It was one of those things where it's just like, am I doing jumbo commissions? I haven't even made the molds yet. That's what I'm working on right now, is making the molds for them. So I think I'll probably want to mess around with them first and just see how it goes. And then I'll probably open it up for commissions. But it might be a little bit. I usually want to at least try and make a set or two first before I open it up for commissions. But at some point probably. I'll need to figure out, I want to figure out like how much work it takes compared to a regular set of dice, and how much materials it takes compared to a regular set of dice. So I'll need to figure out pricing too. Seems like jumbo dice are quite a bit more expensive than the regular dice. And that has me worried in the sense that it's just like, how much more work are these going to be? But so I'm trying to get this very close. I'll see if I can show you here how close I'm trying to get that Vaseline. You can see that how close I'm trying to get that Vaseline there. I want it right up next to the die without touching the die. It doesn't need to be super smooth or anything. I just want it right up next to the die. And I want this thing nice and slathered in the stuff. Like I said, this is going to be what keeps the lid from sticking to the base when we pour our next layer of silicone. It also helps if I actually get it everywhere too. Okay, there's a D10 done. Yeah, and to be fair, I'm going to be pouring the first part of a couple of the jumbo dice. The D12 and the D4 don't even have silicone in them yet. It took quite a bit of silicone. I wasn't quite sure how much silicone it would take, so I just made kind of a little bit more than what I would normally make for a full set of dice. Like, I knew I was going to take more, but I wasn't quite sure how much more. So, you know, I knew that I could always like do it in more than one pour. Like here's the D4 right here. And one of the nice things about silicone is that it sticks to itself. So I can pour more silicone in here, and this thing will end up, you know, how it's supposed to. But that is also why we're covering these stuff in Vaseline or petroleum jelly, since it will stick to itself otherwise. Like I said, there's also kind of like little steps when it comes to mold making, which is kind of like why it ends up kind of tedious. I have to try and remember all the steps. Alright. I think the biggest thing to remember is, of course, to actually put the Vaseline on there. If you don't remember to put the Vaseline on there, you just end up with a chunk of silicone that has a dye in the middle. And it kind of doesn't work out great. Alright. I usually start out by doing like all of the little divots first, and then I slowly work my way inwards towards the middle. You can see there's quite a bit of space there in between the Vaseline and the dye. There's kind of a scratch or something on there, but I'm just gonna slowly get closer and closer until we're right up next to that. Yeah. I'm getting quiet here for a second as I try to focus on Vaseline placement. And I just have a little bit of Vaseline on my finger, or petroleum jelly, just so that I don't end up with so much here that it's ending up all over the place type thing. I don't want it all over the place. I want it most over the place, most of it, whatever. I want it over most of it, but not over the dye. So I don't want too much, or it can end up in places I don't want it. I just realized I'm not sure if have I seen someone who does jumbo dice commissions? I've seen jumbo dice. I guess to be fair, I haven't really gone looking for it. I haven't gone looking for too many commissions or anything. Part of that is just I'd have to maybe I should go looking for that. I think most people, it's kind of on a case-by-case basis for like commissions. I don't know. I guess I don't know how most people do commissions, or if most people do at all. Oh, like the D20. Oh yeah. I've seen most. I could have just gotten the D20 to be fair with the jumbo dice, but I felt like the whole set was fun. I debated just getting the D20 and the D6 because I want to do some like gelatinous cube D6s, and I thought that might be kind of fun with the big one. No, I'll probably get something like that set up. I've been debating adding just a single D20 as an option for commissions, not the jumbo ones, but just a single D20. But I don't know, it's one of those things where, you know, maybe it kind of slows people down a little bit, which isn't maybe a bad thing. I think maybe I could set it up at this point where I've raised my prices a little bit more, which has maybe slowed people down a little bit. Which means that I could add that as an option. But, you know, on the other hand, people can message me about things like that. But people want like something that I don't technically have a listing for. Usually I'm pretty open to doing stuff that's a little bit different. Like I'm doing a 2d6 at the moment. Like on my listings and stuff, I have 4d6 and I have 66 and I have 12d6. I don't have 2d6, but you know, someone messaged me and was like, "Hey, can you do 2d6?" And I'm like, "Sure. Let me figure out a price. Get that figured out compared to the listing that I have for 46. We'll get that figured out." All right, that one's looking nice and greasy. Oh, my neck. I'm gonna have to figure out some cool stuff to do in the oh. I have to figure out some cool stuff to do in these jumbo dice. Like some terrarium dice maybe, or I want to figure out some bigger like diorama type things to do. Maybe I could do like a whole little tiny graveyard with little gravestones, and then like underneath it could have like bones and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. That might be kind of cool. I feel like if I'm gonna do like put a cat in it, I mean, could, yeah. Yeah, what I was gonna say was if I'm gonna do jumbo dice, I feel like, you know, I should do some more. I should use it to my advantage, sort of, the fact that they're bigger, and do some things that I wouldn't normally be able to do with the dice, maybe, like some bigger diorama type things. But at the same time, I could just do fun, pretty colors too. But I don't know. I feel like maybe something where I want either more items or bigger scenes or something. Or something where a design would look better if it has more resin in it. Which sounds weird, but I'm thinking of like the coffee dice that I did that are in my shop. Like they would look different if the dice were bigger because of how they were made. Like the resin's going to behave in such a way that, you know, things sink at a certain rate and that sort of stuff. And so if you have a smaller die, things can make it to the bottom maybe where they wouldn't in like a jumbo die in the same amount of time. I don't know. I'm interested to do some experiments and stuff and just kind of see what I can do. But like I said, I'm still really excited about the blank ones. I think I have more like unique specific ideas for the blank ones than I do for the jumbo ones at the moment. Like new things that I can try as opposed to just bigger things, I guess. Like, because with the blank ones, you know, I have all sorts of ideas for things that I could paint or do in 2 layers type thing. Whereas with these, my brain at the moment is just kind of thinking of how to scale up something that I've already done. And I think I need to start thinking of things that I could do with these that are different from what I have done. Like, how can I use the new parameters here of them being larger to do something different? And that's kind of what I need to start thinking about. I also maybe I can get some ideas from you guys. I'm trying to figure out something to add to my shop that's not dice. I was thinking here. I'm gonna show you a necklace that I made for my grandma. Oops. Made for my grandma recently. I was thinking maybe I could do something like this. Where is that? So I made this necklace for my grandma recently with a little cloudy mountain in it. I made that for my grandma recently. And so I was like, maybe I could do something like that for my shop. Add some more, like another jewelry thing. But I'm trying to think of, like, you know, I was like, I could make more soap. Soap could be fun. I like making soap. I feel like having some soap in the shop is kind of nice, just because it's a good add-on item type thing. Like if you want to get free shipping or something. Because you get free shipping if you order something that's $35. If you order $35 or more from my shop. You know, it's a good kind of little add-on item for that. I'm still trying to think of like a specific thing I could make. I was thinking soap or candles because those are fun to make and I have the supplies for it. Just like I'm trying to get this up close to here. I have a sticker design that I've been working on, but that wouldn't be for selling. That'd just be for sending with things. Sending with orders. Because I think it'd be fun to have some, start to have like my own stickers instead of just random stickers with packages. I mean, random stickers is fun, but. Character themed candles. Character themed candles. What sort of like characters are you thinking? Do you mean like making like a barbarian candle, or making like a Critical Role character themed candle, or making like a candle for your character? Okay, actually that'd be really cool if you could get like custom candles. The thing is, I need to make some stuff that's not custom. Custom stuff is really fun. Yes! Custom stuff's really fun, but it takes so much time. All of it. See, the thing about soap and candles is that one of the benefits of soap and candles is that you can make it in batches instead of as like individual things. With dice, if I'm gonna make a set of dice, I don't know how I think things smell. That's fair. That's fair. One of the things with dice is that if I'm making a set of dice, I can really only make one set at a time. Candles are nice. Yeah, no, I can really only make one set at a time. Oh man, yeah. But why are you sorry? Sorry, I'm just thinking about. Sorry, I'm thinking about candles and soap now. I was thinking of candles versus soap. So here's how my brain was just thinking then. I was like, it'd be really cool if you could get like. What? No, it's great. I'm glad that someone's talking. That's why I like streaming. I like streaming because people talk in the chat. Makes it much more fun for me. No, where my brain was going was it'd be really cool if people could order, like, you send me information about your character or artwork or something, and then I make, like, a dice set, a candle, and, like, maybe a bar of soap or something to go with that character. The problem with that is the soap thing. Whoa! How many dragons are raiding? That's a lot of dragons to be raiding. Well, welcome in. We're just making some molds here. Oh, there's pixies here too. I see. Welcome. So, what did you guys just finish doing? Wait, all the sparkles? Wait. There we go. There we go. That seems like a good entrance for you guys if we brought all of the sparkles. Yeah, you'll find out pretty quick that I don't have any useful commands. I have all of my commands are like that. Ah, sculpt with some dragons and polymer clay. Oh, cool. That's funny. That was just getting talked about in something like that. I think if Boaston, you were talking about something like that earlier today, weren't you, in the Discord? That's fun. Polymer clay is a fun medium. I've really only done small stuff with it recently since I've been making dice. I've been making little tiny things out of polymer clay, but that's very fun. Well, we're doing behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, I hadn't even heard of that until you talked about it in the Discord. No, we're doing like, I don't know, I guess I'd call this behind the scenes maintenance stuff tonight. We're not doing the actual arts and crafts. We're doing the stuff that has got to get done to be able to do the arts and crafts. So we're making molds. I'm just getting some things ready. We started out making some forms here for some molds of some blank dice. These are just little blank inserts that are slightly smaller than my dice. I have a cat hair counter. Oh no, but I don't know if I can get anything to go that high. And then I have a couple, I'm doing some jumbo dice molds, so let me see if I have some, let me see if I have a D12 here I can show you. That's about, let me show you the difference in size of these. So we're making some jumbo dice. This. But I'd like to be able to make the dice, so I have to be able to make the molds first. I have some that I had already gotten the first part done, so we're getting those ready for the second part, which is going to be the lids. Like this. They have two parts. They have the base part and the lid. Like pairing dragons. I feel like that's just, you know, a must. You gotta pair dragons and dice together. Oh, I hear a kitty cat. Oh, apparently I have a kitty cat that wants to come say hello as well. He's gonna get kicked off of here very, very quick because I don't need more cat hair in my silicone molds, but come here, buddy. You wanna come say hi to everybody? Come here. We'll switch over to here and we can say hello to the kitty cat. Come here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Wanna say hello? This here Spitz. Oh, that's that over a little bit. This here Spitz. You're gonna get moved pretty soon, buddy, because it's shedding season. Yeah, I have cat hair everywhere. Yeah, he's my little tuxedo baby. He used to have a bow tie, but he lost that collar somewhere. Alright. I know, he's very happy now that he's being held, but you gotta go down. Gotta go down. Okay, bye-bye. He just woke up. He was sleeping in the chair at the table behind me. He's been such a good boy. Normally if he's in here, he's an absolute menace. So, he's been so good. Yeah, he's gonna come hang out under my feet. That works out, buddy. Yeah, right before the stream, we were playing fetch, Fitz and I were, and then I completely lost the toy that we were playing fetch with. He was so sad. It was just like a hair tie that. So I have two cats that will play fetch, and they have different toys that they'll play fetch with, and he will play it with hair ties, like exclusively. And he's not very good at bringing it back, if I'm being honest. He's good at getting it, he's not good at bringing it back. But yeah, no, that's the way it goes. But no, I flung it out of the room, and I'm not sure where it went. So we'll have to find a different one for him to play with. So where I'm at in the process of making molds, we made, like I said, these earlier. We made forms out of Legos, put tape on them, and then stuck the dice down in there. These ones we took out of the forms, and I'm adding a whole bunch of petroleum jelly to the tops. Speaking of cat hair, there's another one. Because silicone will stick to itself. So in like this case here, where I only filled it up part of the way, buddy, you need to go down. So like in this case here, where it's only got filled up part of the way, that's good, because that means I can fill it up the rest of the way. Buddy, do I need to kick you out? I know, you're a good boy. No, down you go. But in the case of making a lid, it's not going to work out so great. So I'm putting some petroleum jelly on here, and that will keep it from sticking. Keep the new silicone from sticking to the old silicone. That's the base. But cat hair will try to stick to it regardless. Yeah. Are we counting how many times I say cat hair, or how many cat hairs I have to remove per stream? Because I guess maybe those would line up a bit, but keep a running total. Maybe we'll make that a game next time. We'll just make that a game next time, see how many cat hairs I have to pull out of my resin. Oh, what is that? Oh, thanks for following, How Many Dragons? Yeah, normally, how many I remove? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yes, and some of you are new here. Whoa. J Tart and stuff. Ah! Also, thank you for following. Yeah, this isn't really normally what we do on streams. Normally we're pouring actual resin. But I've had a few people ask about my mold making process, and I had some molds that needed made, so we're doing that tonight. But I guess Saturday nights you never quite know what we're going to be doing, but Wednesday nights at the very least it's usually resin. We're usually making dice. I can show you guys some of the dice that I've made too, if that would interest y'all. Oh, thank you, Zay Heather, for following too. Yeah, if resin stuff interests you, that's the normal stuff. Let me finish gooping this one up, and then I can show you some of the dice before we actually get the silicone out to pour. Actually, I have one more that I need to Vaseline, but I'll still grab some dice. I'm trying to get the Vaseline like as close to the die as possible without getting any on the die, because we don't want it sticking. Don't want it sticking. Yeah, normally the cats are not allowed in here because normally I'm doing resin, which I wear a respirator for and stuff because it puts off fumes, but silicone is sticky and messy, so usually I also keep the cats kicked out. But yeah, Fitz is probably about to get kicked out because I think he's about to hop up again. Yeah. Just a second. I'm gonna go close the door. Okay, buddy. Come on. Out you go. I know you're a sweetheart. Out you go. Bye-bye. Have fun. Alright. Yeah. Normally Maru. Bye. Normally the kitty cats are not in here, but since it was nothing dangerous for them tonight, they were allowed to hang out for a little bit, even if it did mean there was more cat hair. Okay, let's get this. I'll see if I can show you here what exactly we're doing. So I want to get all of that. Glad to see a kitty cat? I'm always glad to see a kitty cat. So I want that Vaseline to be as close to the die as possible without getting any on the die, because we don't want any of the silicone to stick there and tear. That's something I've had before. Here, let me show you guys some of the dice I've made. Yeah. We have one more that we need to put Vaseline on, but let's see what we've got. Let's see. What have I got in the box? So let's see. I feel like these ones turned out pretty. So here's a set that has some iridescent foil in it. It's partially purple, partially iridescent foil and gold or iridescent. What would you call that? Just part of an iridescent sheet and some gold foil. These ones are fun to do. I like doing pours like this, which are dirty pours. You kind of put all the colors in the cup together. He never likes to find things up close. There we go. Put all the colors in the thing together. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we normally work on this. Oops. These ones look better with some light behind them. There we go, yeah. Red and yellow, blue. I've done some more like complex stuff before too, but I've been doing that more for like, oh actually, where are those? I have these that I need to add, some little flowers to, but we're gonna do some little lily pad dice. I have some little polymer clay flowers. There's little polymer clay chess pieces in there too. But we're gonna add some of those to these and do some little lily pad dice. But yeah, all sorts of dice and things. Let me put these away. Yeah, I do a lot of custom stuff too. That's what a lot of my time has ended up being, is a lot of custom stuff, which is fun. Custom stuff takes a lot of time, but it's fun to do. There's always new ideas and everything to be had from it. And it's a fun, like, collaborative process. I think I like the collaborative nature of it. Like, I like working with people on things. There's just something fun about that. Don't know that this is gonna work out how I wanted it to. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna do this different. I was trying something different with the tape on this one. I don't really like how it didn't seem like a good seal. So let's see if I can put some tape on here in a way that works better. Where's the end of my tape? There it is. Alright. Alright, we're gonna do this up like the other ones, basically. Alright. So we're almost to the actual pouring of some silicone here. Just got a couple. I've really only got this left to get stuff on, and then I think we'll be all set. Ooh, we're gonna cut that down. That's so tall compared to the thing. That's just gonna get in the way just over here. Let's make this a little bit shorter. We're just gonna make a lid here. It doesn't need to be very tall. Good. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense in height. That's a little bit better. And then I think I'm also gonna add actually a little piece on the bottom here. Hopefully to help keep the silicone from leaking out. I'm not as worried about that on these. But this one, since I kind of had some Vaseline and stuff already on here, I don't want that to cause this tape not to stick. So we're gonna add some extra tape just to keep everything all hunky-dory. All right, there we go. This is a little bit more how I normally do it, and that fits a little bit better. Cool. All right. Oh. So do you do mostly polymer clay stuff? How many dragons? Like I said, I've done a little bit with polymer clay, but you know, it seems like a fun medium to work in. I inherited a bit of polymer clay from my grandma. She's not dead. I'm gonna put that out there. She just isn't using it anymore, just because like her hands and stuff. So you know, I'm always looking for new arts and crafts to take up, which is a terrible idea because I don't have time. But you know, maybe I should do some more polymer clay stuff because that's fun. I'm a little busy with dice at the moment. Don't worry, I'm not stealing your thing. But I'm always excited when people are on here that do arts and crafts. You know, I'm always excited to hear what people are working on. Got quite a few people that do like some textiles and stuff. A few resin folks, other resin folks. So I'm always excited to hear what people are working on. I tend to think of mostly dragons out of polymer clay. Pretty mixed media these days. Oh, that's fair. I love doing mixed media stuff. I did a painting recently. I'll just pull up a picture on my phone. That's just gonna be the easiest. Oops, I was already in my images. Let's go back here. I finished a painting recently. Where is that? You know, lots of color shifting flakes, powders, bits of resin here and there. Oh, cool. That's really fun. Do you do like resin for like the eyes and things? Because I've seen that. But here's like a painting that I did recently. Let's see if it'll come on, if it'll focus on it. There we go. Painting I did recently, but it's really more of a multimedia type thing. I love doing multimedia stuff. Yeah, I really like painting. Don't want it to be my job, but I really like painting. That sounds fun though. See, that's kind of the fun thing about doing more multimedia stuff, and hopefully you'll agree, is like, it's fun getting to do like a little bit of all sorts of different types of arts and crafts. Oh, I make fairy wings for the dragon, so the resin goes into that mostly. Ooh, cool. Because, like, the cool thing about that is, like, you get to do a little bit of resin, you get to do some polymer clay, you get to work with some different materials. That's what I really enjoy about resin, is getting to, like, try a whole bunch of different materials. Because you can put pretty much anything you want in resin. Like, that's part of the fun for me. It's like, I can do pretty much anything I want in resin. I've put cinnamon in resin. It works pretty well as a brown colorant. I've put onion skin in resin, which has kind of a cool shimmery effect. Like, you know, you can do something different every time. Is that another cat here? I think we're okay. I found another cat here. A little tiny one this time. Hope you're keeping track, Lindley. Yeah, but that sounds very cool. I like that fantasy whimsical stuff. What can I say? I make dice. It's kind of funny. Like, I grew up playing D&D. Like as a kid, like I played it with my family. Because, like, my dad played, like, 1st edition. And so I grew up playing 2nd edition. And so, you know, I've always kind of played D&D. I never really thought about, like, my brothers kind of collected dice over the years. I never really thought about it too much. But I'd done, like, some soap making. Let me toss out this tape, and I can continue what I was saying. I've done a little tiny bit of resin, just doing some, like, trying to do some, like, pendants and stuff. Little tiny bit of resin, just trying it out. Not a lot. And then I had a D&D buddy mention dice making, and I was like, oh, that'd be kind of fun, and I have some resin, maybe I'll try that out. And so I did. That's how I ended up here. Okay, let me get that out of the way. Oh, here we can do the satisfying bit here of pulling the silicone out of the mixing container. It's always difficult at this angle. Wait. Let's see if we can do this though. It's so thin. Just a second. It's hard to see. I'm trying to make it satisfying, but it's not working out so right. Thanks, yeah. Have a good rest of your evening or day, whatever time it is for you. I'm glad you could stop by, and thanks for rating. I really do appreciate it. Glad you could stop by. We're just gonna actually pour some silicone now. We're finally to that point, I think, of actually pouring silicone. But I gotta clean out my my mixing cup first. You know, I really should figure out how rating works. Like I know like how it works, like with the whole like practically like the how, like kind of how, actually I don't actually know how to do it practically. I was gonna say I know how to like physically raid someone, but I don't know what the etiquette is. It's one of those things where it's just like I feel weird raiding someone if I don't know them, but I feel like that's something that I should just do at some point. I guess part of it is too, I usually stream right before I go to get ready for bed. And so I don't usually plan on hanging out too much longer after I'm done streaming. Maybe that's what it is. All those things though, that'd be probably nice to do. Maybe if I ever actually change my, or yeah, maybe if I ever actually like change the time that I stream on Saturdays. That's something I've talked about. Don't plan on doing it like right soon, but if I change it so that it's earlier in the day, maybe that's something that I'll do. But all right, I think we've got most of the silicone out of here. I'll add this to my stack of silicone bits down here. Man, it's like I never know what to do when people raid too. It's just like, oh, there's people here. It's kind of going back to what I was talking about earlier about how it's weird being on camera. Not necessarily weird, but like it takes getting used to being on camera. It's not something that's natural at first. Like maybe some people are naturals at it at first, but it's also just kind of a skill that you work at a bit. And I guess that's part of what gets to me with like raids and stuff, or even just people following or any of that sort of stuff. It's kind of that moment of realizing that you're on camera. You guys want to see another cat? There's a kitten outside my door. I can hear her scratching. Hello, miss. Would you like in? This is the kitty cat that's allowed in here sometimes, because she's actually, like, good about being in here. Wait. Hello. There's not. Anyways, this is not. I have the door closed so Fitz won't get into everything, but Not's usually pretty good. Oh, hello. Pretty good about just hanging out. Alright, have fun. Go sleep somewhere. I'll go back to what I was doing. But yeah, no, it's that feeling of realizing that you're on camera. Yeah, she is a baby. She's getting bigger though. She's getting bigger. I noticed earlier today, I'm like, oh, her legs are so long. It happens so slowly that you just don't realize it. They grow up so fast. So the weird thing is, so my friend's daughter, if I ever talk about my niece, that's who I'm talking about, is my friend's kid, went from being like 2 to 3 during the quarantine, and it's just like, she's so big now. I haven't seen her for a year. I don't think she even knows who I am anymore. It's like, oh wow. Like, they do grow up fast, but also, like, when you haven't seen a child for a year and suddenly they've gone from being 2 to being 3, it's like a big jump. And it's just kind of crazy. Where's the... Here it is. I have a thing here for all of their silicone. Alright, so I think we've got everything ready to go. Let me go through the molds here. We're going to go through what is most important. These ones I definitely want to get the lids done. The reason I want to get these done first is because the Vaseline can kind of soak in over time and it makes it so it doesn't work as well. I don't have to redo those. And then I want to get the other giant ones, the jumbo dice, done for sure. And then the blank ones are kind of just last. They're last on the list. And that's because I already have a set of them. And they're ready to go, but if they have to wait, they have to wait. It's not going to be a big deal. You can add another cat here to the list. Alright. So I'm just going to stack these up off to the side for now. And if we end up having enough silicone for them, great. What did I just hit? And if we don't, and that's fine. Let me actually grab... normally I put things on this tray here to put them into the pressure pot. But for this, I'll actually probably need my double-decker silicone mold stacker 5000. Yeah, my two-layered thing here. That'll be, I think, a little bit better. I have a little bit more room, but I think we're all ready to actually pour silicone. Excellent. So let me grab all of the stuff that we need. So I've made a lot of molds. Here, actually, let me show you. Let me show you my stack of molds over here. There's my dice molds over there. Oh, there we go. There's my dice molds over there. I've made quite a few molds. I started out doing the they're like test sizes. Technically, they're like this big, and those are the ones you'll see. But then I realized that I was making enough molds. I'm like, I need more silicone. Let me show you the containers I got. There's another cat hair. That one was in my mouth. Let me show you the containers I got of silicone. So it's 2 parts. It's equal parts of A and B. So let me show you just one part. Oh, and actually it's getting low. So there, I got the gallon containers of silicone. I use it so much, but I'm going to use my very dirty on the outside mixing cups here. Hopefully I have enough in these containers, we'll see. I decided to hold on to these containers, which was great because it's so much easier to pour from these into these cups, and I can pour from the gallon jugs into these pretty easily. So let's there. So I'm gonna fill these up to about the top line on the cup. That's kind of my plan here, and that should be enough for at least the big ones and the lids. Should be plenty. And I think we probably should have enough for the other ones as well, but maybe not all of them. See if we have enough in here. Yeah, this stuff is so sticky, I might not have enough in here. You guys might get to see how I refill these. Alright, just a second. I think you guys are going to get to see how I refill these bottles. A rare treat! Alright, let me set some stuff off to the side. So, I'll show you how I refill that. Actually... So we're gonna grab our giant jug here. Grabbing our giant jug. Oh, good, you can kind of see it here. And these things are honestly a pain to open. Dig into my fingers. Ow. Alright. Store and use at room temperature. Okay. So part of the reason that I actually started making molds every week, which is something, I was doing it every other week, and actually the reason I started making them every other week even, was because this stuff has a shelf life on it when it's liquid like this. And I think it's supposed to be a year, something like that. It's supposed to have a year shelf life. And I kind of got the impression that maybe it would last longer if it was in mold form. So I decided I'd just make the molds, and if I had the molds, too many, I can't have too many molds made, really. If they'll get used, so I might as well get the molds made sooner rather than later. So I'm just trying to mix this up a little bit before I pour it in. Just a couple of lumps in here. you can see that there's some lumps in here, just from the side here. All right. Let's get this poured in there. Ah. All right. This may not be the easiest for you to see, but I'm going to do it so that hopefully I don't make a big mess. Yeah, my arm's a little bit in the way, but that's okay. Sorry, I'm concentrating. Normally I would be jabbering away, but I want to make sure that I don't get the silicone everywhere, because that's also fairly likely. Knowing me, I tend to get lots of things everywhere, if you couldn't tell by my workspace. Okay. Okay. There we go. Got a nice full bottle again. And it just works out so much easier than trying to pour from the big container into our little cup over there. Right, put this one away. Get everything all locked in. There we go. Ooh. Ow. And I'm sure we'll end up having to do the blue as well, but let's just finish the white for now. Get this one out of the way. I can't talk and pour at the same time. It causes problems. Whoops. Hi, kitten. Kitten has decided to come help. What's up, baby? All right. So there we go, up to the top line here. Usually do a bit less than, that's how much I did for these. And that's part of the reason I think I might have enough if I do that for all of this stuff plus those. But I'm not positive. I'm not quite positive. All right. Let's see how much blue we have. Blue, okay. And I want to make sure that I have equal parts of A and B. That's what it is for this silicone. It's really what it comes down to. What it says on the container. And in this case, equal parts A and B. All right. Again, I'm gonna be quiet for a second because I can't talk and pour at the same time unless we want to mess. Yeah, I'll probably have about the same amount. Oh, just a second, kitten, and I'll let you out. Can you guys hear that scratching? That's not asking to be let out now. You just came in. Just a second, my hands are sticking. There you go. Out you go. Bye-bye. I don't know what she wanted in here. I guess she just wanted to come in and say hi. Oh. Yeah, but I could, this stuff isn't like dangerous or anything. I could do this without gloves. It's just a mess. It's just sticky. It's just sticky everywhere. I mean, that is part of the reason when, like, you'd assume it's a cat from the noise. Yeah. I mean, good assumption. Good assumption. Okay, let's refill this as well. I mean, it's kind of cute. She kind of makes like chirping noises, like huh? Oh. Or maybe like slightly inquisitive noises. She sounds slightly inquisitive, just like huh? What you doing? Oh, ow! This thing is a pain to open. Quite literally a pain. It hurts my hands. I probably could grab like a screwdriver or something to try and pry it, but I think this is easier. There we go. There we go. There's all sorts of cat hair all over this. Lovely. I'm gonna wipe that off on the rag that I have down here that I brought out for the silicone. Try and get some of this cat hair off of here. I don't know how you're gonna count this one, but there's cat hair on here for sure. Okay, that's looking better. I'm gonna mix this one up as well. Oh, so what's everybody up to this evening? Everyone just chilling and just listening to some streams? I feel like, so I don't watch a ton of streams. Part of that is just because I like to interact with people if I'm going to watch a stream. And so like, you know the cat, you bring your brother's catnip from your garden every time you visit, so they just meow constantly at you every time you go to, wow, you feel like it's like a Pavlovian response at this point. It's just like, oh yes, this person shall bring me the catnip. Chillin', gonna sleep soon? Yeah. That's fair. I have taken to watching like more streams. I've found that like my ideal stream size, not for my streams, but if I'm gonna go watch a stream, is like anywhere from like 30 to 100 people in chat. And like the reason for that is that if I'm gonna watch a stream, I either like I usually feel like I should interact with the person that's streaming, because that's kind of the whole point of streaming. But I don't want to like feel like I have to carry the conversation or something. So if there's, you know, quite a few other people in the chat that are also chatting, it's like, cool, I can just sit back and listen to this and chip in every once in a while, but still interact with people in the chat or the streamer or whoever. All three of your cats like dried catnip, but only one likes fresh catnip. Interesting. That is kind of odd. I don't think I've ever tried giving my cats fresh catnip, but that might be something to try. They do like dried catnip, at least a couple of them do. You're cutting up plaster bandages for mask making. Ooh, cool. So you're making like plaster masks? That's pretty cool. What sort of masks are you making? If you can explain. I know that might be a complicated thing to try and explain. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I like if I feel like chatting, like directly interacting with people, like small streams are nice. If I feel like just putting something on in the background, big streams are nice. And if I feel like kind of having a mix of the two, like somewhere in the middle's nice, I feel like. Somewhere, yeah. Something where the chat's moving slow enough that like you can interact with people in it, but maybe fast enough that you're not the only one in it, you know, that sort of thing. Oh, use a plaster mask as a base that you build on with latex. Oh, cool. Man, I should really get back into doing cosplay stuff. I've never really done much with like prosthetic latex stuff, but like we were talking about this earlier actually, talking about silicone actually, trying to use it as some filler type stuff, but man, that's pretty cool. Are you doing like are you doing like latex prosthetics type things? Because that stuff's pretty cool. Here, just let me pour this again. Can't focus on other things and pour at the same time unless we want to mess. All right. Why does my nose itch? My nose itches. It's because I'm wearing gloves, isn't it? And I can't scratch it. All right. Oh, maybe it's because it's cool in my house again. My house was just not, the air conditioning was not working right. For some reason, my house was getting very warm. But I changed the air filter and restarted it, and it seems to be working better now. Like, it's actually working now. My house is nice and cool, but now my nose is all itchy. Alright. Cool, so let's get this all figured out. I want to make sure that I have equal amounts of both. I put them right next to each other. And we're going to finish pouring this. Okay. I'm very, very close. Ooh, mostly horror masks. Cool. You know, it's one of those things where, like, I don't like horror movies and stuff. I don't like getting jump scared. But I like body horror stuff is cool. And just like mystery sort of like unexplained stuff I like. And that just kind of falls in there. All right, there we go. I think that should be even. That's looking pretty even, I think. I think once things settle down, yep. All right. Just got some more resin teeth in the mail for them. Ooh. That's very exciting. If you have like photos or anything you would like to show off, I do both allow links in my chat as long as I know what you're sending. Like, as long as you let me know beforehand. And I do also have a Discord. It's in the description. If you want to show off photos there, because I would love to see what you're working on. Because it sounds cool. Alright. Oh. I do have it mentioned in the Discord to, like, maybe avoid heavy gore, but if you're doing, like, that sort of stuff with, like, masks and stuff, just put it under, like, a cut type thing, and it's cool. You also don't have to join the Discord. I'm just saying that if you want to show it off, that's the place you can do it. We've got all sorts of different crafters over there. Ooh, cool. Just a second. I shall click on it. Ooh, cool. Creepy. I like the use of like asymmetricality on it. I feel like that really adds to it. That's cool. Like how it's kind of like shaped differently on the two sides. I mean that in a way where it's obvious that it's supposed to be like everything matches, but like it's done in such a way that like something is unsettling and wrong in like a good way. Very cool. Alright, that looks like there's our blue. Let's get our white in there. Sorry, I'm trying to get everything in here. I'm distracting myself again with what I'm working on. It looks like so much silicone, and it is quite a bit of silicone. If I was doing a regular set of dice, this would be way too much, but since I'm doing the jumbo dice, I'm thinking this will probably end up being about the right amount. I'm going to read that in just a moment. Let me finish scraping this out, and then I will read what you just sent. Because I'm close to having this all done, and then I can start stirring. It'll be much easier to read while I just stir. Okay. Wait. I nearly went mad making the pattern for the boils on that one. Spent hours drawing patterns to see if I noticed those. Those were one of the things that I noticed actually was the spots on the forehead. I was just like, ooh, cool. Because that was part of what I was thinking of when I was talking about the asymmetricality of it. Because it's just like you have it was kind of like the angle of like the teeth and everything just kind of led to it in a good way. Very cool. It's one of those things where it's like, this is a human face, and there should not be a human face like this. But. So, good job, good job. Alright, this will take a minute. It doesn't take too long to mix up the silicone, I feel like, but it'll still take a minute while we're mixing everything together. I want to make sure I get all of that white and all of that blue swirled together. You can see at the moment, you can still see both colors. I want this all to be one single color. And it'll end up kind of tealy, but I don't want it all to be the same teal. And let's scrape up the bottom there. The one eye isn't more of a design choice, but more of a necessity. The only way I can see without glasses is Oh, see, that's interesting. See, I thought it was kind of I assumed it was a design choice because it kind of matched with the boils and everything, but that makes sense. It's kind of funny how that worked out. That's kind of strange that, like, if you're not wearing glasses, you can only see if one eye is covered. All of your masks just have, it's like your signature style. All of your masks just have one eye. It's probably one of those things where, you know, people will look at all of your masks and be like, wow, such an interesting design choice, and you're just over here like, I can't see. you know, like literary scholars type thing. Just like, well, I wonder why the curtains are blue. It's like, because the curtains are blue. Alright, this is actually looking pretty mixed, but let's scrape up the bottom one last time. Make sure there's nothing stuck down there. I just want to make sure there's no big glob of one color or another. I kind of do this with the resin too. Oh, lazy eye. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I guess I just can't see things that are far away. I always think of glasses as being for, like, not seeing things that are far away or not seeing things that are close. And I always forget about, like, other things with eyes. Alright, I think this is pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Let's call that good, I think. Make sure there's no cat hair right where I want to pour. I think I just added more cat hair right where I wanted to pour. So I'm gonna, how did I add more? Where did that even come from? Okay, just a second here. Alright. Alright. So I think we're good to pour this now. So I'm gonna pour this kind of slow. And the reason for that is that I want as many of the air bubbles to get worked out as possible. So let's start with the lids here. Like I was saying before, I want to make sure that that Vaseline doesn't like soak in completely. So I'll just start with our D6 here. And I don't want to pour it directly onto the dye. I want it to kind of, oh my nose. I want it to kind of flow into the, what is on, is in here? Is there something on the, okay. I want it to kind of flow into the numbers and everything, and that's easiest if I don't pour directly onto the number. Because if I were to pour directly onto the number, it'd be super easy for like air to get trapped underneath the silicone. So if I do it from the side and pour slowly, it will just kind of slowly flow into the number, and hopefully it won't be air trapped. But also just pouring slowly, hopefully, will make it so that giant air bubbles can't go down the stream. And so we'll have fewer air bubbles that even make it in. I'm going to be curing these in a pressure pot because I do all of my resin in a pressure pot in these. And so since they're going to be put under pressure later when I'm using them, it's good to cure them in the pressure pot as well, so we don't end up with like bubbles expanding and contracting and everything. Oops. And we're going to go over to this D10. I actually did these specific dice first for a reason. I did the two D10s, the D20, and the D6. And the reason is they're the ones that I expect to use first. Smiling air bubble writing down silicone falls. Whee! So the D20 and the D6s, I feel like they're kind of the common ones. Like, if people are going to get jumbo dice, they usually want like just a jumbo D20. The D6, I'd probably want like jumbo D6s, just personally. I feel like that's fun to me. And then I actually have plans for the 2D10. I'm doing a dice exchange with a couple of other dice makers. And one of them wanted D10s. And otherwise, I have free range. And so I'm going to make a couple of jumbo ones and use that as kind of an experiment to see how well the jumbo molds work. Because I haven't made jumbo dice before. This is the first time making these molds. So see how it goes. Yeah, it take a while. That's part of the reason I use this silicone. There's different silicones that you can use, but part of the reason I use this one is because I pour pretty slow. I figure I'm working fairly slow. And this one has a pretty long work time. I think it's like 50 minutes or something like that. Not 15, 50. That was kind of a big thing. Minutes of work time. So I like having that longer work time. I don't feel as rushed. I don't want to feel rushed while I'm making my molds. Oops. Pouring a little bit too quickly there. Yeah, it's best to pour as slow as possible just so you don't get those air bubbles in there, but that's kind of the thing. Like some silicone, it sets up really quick. Yeah, more time for bubbles to escape, which is possible. Yeah, that's part of it too. I don't have like a vacuum chamber or anything to pull the air bubbles out. I just put them in the pressure pot. So if I can make sure that there's fewer bubbles in it to begin with, that's always good. It's gonna be next. All right, have a good night, Bose, and thanks for stopping by. I'm glad that you could make it. Yeah. We might add a little bit more to these lids a little bit later, but I'm trying to at least get them covered completely. Usually once I make it to like them all being covered, they're pretty okay. Alright, let's do the lid for our D2. Maybe. If I can get my silicone to actually pour. Come on. Oops. I just poured that where I didn't mean to. Yeah, I hope we have the time. You know, I know people are busy and everything, but it'd be great to see you around again. You once again fondly gazed upon your dice. But, sorry, all I'm imagining is just like a lack of object permanence, because that's me. I would forget that something exists, and then I'd see it again and be like, oh yes, the thing exists. And for some reason, that's what I imagine just happened. It's just like, oh yes, these dice exist. Okay, I'm gonna put these over on my little tray over here, and I'm gonna do our D12 and our D8 here, and our D4. Actually, let's start with the D4 since it's almost done anyways. Let's try and finish that up. Oh, the D20 and D4 is kind of a friend, but... Did you say that the D20 matched like a character that your friend had? Your evil D10s to hand out as inspiration. Oh, is that what they're... Oh, that's what they're for. I was trying to figure out why D10s. Like, my first thought was Vampire the Masquerade, because I know that uses D10s, but it uses like 10 of them. But if you're playing your bard and you need inspiration, that makes sense. I like how they're your evil D10s, though. Ah, Celestial Plane or the Endless Bright. Cool. You once missed an entire tree in the middle of a garden. Went there every day for a week, never noticed the tree, and one day I noticed that the tree wasn't there before. Oh, I've done that with buildings before. Like, I live in the town that I grew up in, and there's been like multiple occasions where I've been like driving with my mom or something, and it happened more when I was younger. I know the area better now, but like even when I was just in, like, came back from university on vacation or something, I'd be driving with my mom and I'd be like, when did that building happen? And my mom's like, before you were born? I'm like, oh, totally didn't realize there was a building there before. Purple and blue? Wait, what's purple and blue? Oh, I see what you're saying. The D20 and D4 is the purple and blue. Okay. They're evil D10s because I use them for evil purposes, like giving the aberrant sorcerer, the serial murderer, goblin inspiration, or when I bulleted Pyrohydra by subtracting a D10 from its next save. Ah. Okay. But yeah, inspiration dice makes sense. Makes sense. I feel like I'm kind of proud of myself for actually getting those done pretty quick, because those, I mean, like, I got those done, like, how quick did I get those done? my DM threw gritted teeth. Is a 6 hitting your DC? My DC at 18. No! Wow, minus D10, yeah. That would really do something. Bards are crazy, though. It's like how Disneyland has their special paint to hide trash cans and lights. Oh, I feel like I heard about that. I forgot about that until you just said it. But they, like, picked, like, a certain color and stuff that's, like, the least noticeable to people. Isn't that, like, what it was? I forgot. I feel like I vaguely heard of that. Yeah, it's like that, but it's just everything. See, that's the excuse you should use. You should use the excuse that, oh yeah, the tree was the same color as the trash cans at Disneyland. I'm still thinking this might end up being like the perfect amount of silicone. We'll see. But I have my fingers crossed. Fill this up all the way to the top. So this one's going to need to go all the way. I can see here we're just covering the, no, get out of there, cat hair. We're just covering the top of the D12 now, so I'm going to probably go all the way to the very top to make sure that there's enough space here. Enough of a buffer between the bottom and the face of the die. And now that it's all covered, I'm not as worried about air bubbles since these are all going to be on the top, so we're just going to have it a little bit quicker. I should probably add a little bit more to the D4 over here too. Actually, we might not even have enough for all of those, but that's okay. I do kind of wonder, so these blank dice that I'm planning on also making molds of, hopefully. I wonder if I could fit all of those into the Jumbo D20. Because the Jumbo D20 has quite a bit of space in it. And I wonder if I could do those in like all different colors or something, and then fit them into the D20. Cat hair reminds me, my brother left his window open a bit and a cat jumped in and had a litter of kittens in there. Oh wow. Oh no, your brother's one of those folks from the stories of I don't have a cat. I love those stories where there's so many stories of people who just like find a cat in their house and it's just like the cat's just like, oh yeah, I live here now, basically. And they're just like, I don't have a cat. Where did this cat come from? To be fair, I have a cat that wants in my house. There's a neighborhood cat, and I don't think he belongs to anybody, but he's very, very friendly. Like if I go outside, like he likes to hang out on the back patio with one of my other cats. Fitz, the black and white tuxedo cat, and the neighborhood cat will just both lay on the back patio together. But, no, he really wants in my house. He's very friendly. Like, if I go out there, he just wants pets and attention. But I don't think he belongs to anybody, which makes me sad. Like, he'd make a good cat for somebody. But, yeah, he will come and scream at my back door to be let in. Just like, no, you're not my cat. I'm sorry. I already have 4. I don't need a 5th one. I'm already a crazy cat lady. Alright, I think that one might be full enough. Let's add a little bit more here. Well, actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's actually start doing this. I'm going to, I'll add some filler into these. Make them a little bit more full. There's a cat that hangs around in your garden. You don't mind. He keeps away all the grasshoppers and birds from your berries. Fair, fair. Start pulling these down. Let's see which one's gonna be most important to me. Probably the D20. So I don't think I'm gonna get all of these done. So let's do the D6. So those are always useful. And then I'll do the D20. I feel like D6s and D20s are both super useful because those are the ones that people tend to get by themselves. People don't usually order, like, or D10s sometimes, but people don't tend to order, like, a single D12 or, I mean, to be fair, I guess I haven't sold just single D12s, but, you know, I feel like people are more likely to collect either D6 sets or single D20s. It's just kind of what people do. I feel like D12s would be the least likely for people to get on their own, because I feel like they're the ones that they're probably used the least, maybe? I feel like they're used the least overall in, like, D&D. Like, it depends on what you're playing. As a barbarian, you know, maybe. But, yeah. Most of them, you know, your weapon damage isn't a D12. Your hit point rolls aren't D12. Yeah. Maybe there's some spells that are D12s, now that I think about it, but Maybe people would collect D12s because of that. They're just like, yeah, this is weird, let's collect D12s. There are spells that are D12s, that makes sense. I still feel like they're not used as much though as a lot of other. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Toll the Dead. Oh yeah, Toll the Dead is a D12, isn't it? But is it a D12 if they've already taken damage? Because I know Toll the Dead is interesting because they take more damage if they've already taken damage. D12 after damage, yeah. Okay, this one, let's just scoop some more in here. Okay, I have cat hair in my mouth again. I have no good way to get it out because I have no hands at the moment. A couple spots that maybe didn't get mixed in the best. Let's try and get those mixed in. Okay. Let's see. Planted some variegated cat grass for your brother's cat. My mom, my dad likes to joke that my mom is our grass dealer, because my mom has, she'll just plant like regular old grass in a pot for my indoor kitty cats. I have one cat in particular that really likes the little pot of grass that she has. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Should we put this last little bit with this D10? I think we can do that. Or should we put some more over here? Okay, I think, yeah. I will just hold off. How much is there left? Let me see how much there is left. I wasn't sure. Oh, variegated. Okay. Has green and white leaves. Ooh, interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen that. I don't know if I've seen that. Is it still like yummy for the cats? Because I know like cats like grass because it's like helps with their digestion and stuff. So is that one like? Oh, variegated cat grass. Oh, thanks for following, Little Gem Creations. Yeah, it's still yummy. Oh, I guess you said cat grass. That would make sense. Maybe I'll have to look at that because that'd be kind of fun. I bet my cat would like that. I mean, I'd like that it was more than one color because that's fun. There's not very much left, but I think we'll start this D10 though. See, I'd think it's fun because it's more than one color, and then my other cat that likes grass would probably just be excited that there was new grass to eat. This one I'm not as worried about the silicone being like on the die and stuff because there's not like a whole bunch of numbers for the air bubbles to get caught in. So we're just gonna scrape that in there. It'll be fine. Alright. Got that pretty well scraped out. Before I go put these into the pressure pot, so these four will all end up, actually, these four and then this little one here, I'll finish those up later, but in a different setting. Like I said, I try to make molds every week now, so maybe I'll go back to every other week. So I used to do every other week with molds, and I figured out a schedule that made it so I could do molds every week and also make more dice every week. But maybe I'll go back to doing molds every other week and then get some other stuff done. Because I've been trying to, like, I really should do sanding more often. I think that's my holdup at this point, is like getting things sanded. And so maybe I'll replace every other week with like sanding things instead. I don't think I'll replace it with making dice necessarily. Maybe on Fridays, depending on what I'm doing on Saturdays. But part of why I have it set up is so that I can make dice on Wednesdays and Saturdays for streams and not have things in the pressure pot to get in my way for that. Dear. Okay. Yep. Because it takes 24 hours for resin to cure. So if I put stuff into the pressure pot 24 hours before I stream, you know, it's cutting it kind of close. Whereas this stuff only takes 4 hours in the pressure pot. Technically, I leave it overnight usually. But that means that, you know, tomorrow morning, it's all set to go. You know, I could make dice tomorrow morning if I wanted to. Probably won't. I think I have lunch with my family tomorrow. But you know, it works out timing wise better. So I'm just putting some chunks of old silicone here in here just to fill in a little bit. I'm trying to make sure that there's not a whole bunch of cat hair stuck to it. That's the hard part. And this is just to kind of fill in some of the space. Make sure there's enough silicone in all of these. Also helps hopefully use up some of the silicone that I have laying around, because I got a lot of chunks of silicone just laying around. Works out here especially because I was kind of worried that this one wouldn't have enough silicone in it, so we're just going to throw in some extra stuff around the sides here where it's not going to run into the actual dye, but where hopefully it will, you know, raise the level a little bit so that the base is going to have definitely enough. Once we get all of this stuff put together, and we'll shake these a little bit and try and get some air bubbles out. I'll probably sign off for the night before I go put them in the pressure pot, just because it's easier, I think. Oh, you want to order some silver vine for the cats as well? I don't know what that is. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. What is silver vine? What is this one? That's the T6. See, the thing is, like, I'm not good at keeping plants alive. I can keep cats alive because they scream at me if they need something. Like, if they need food in their food dish, I will not be forgetting about that because they won't let me. But like plants, I'm not good at keeping alive. I might be better at it now that I have like a calendar that I actually look at and stuff, but my brother's in charge of keeping the plants alive. He's the like plants and food person at my house, so it works out. But you know, if it's something I can convince him that he should have and take care of, you know. Oops, got a little bit on my finger. This stuff's not toxic or anything, it's just sticky. Silver vine is a plant from the kiwi family that when powdered is stronger than catnip, and also cats who don't react to catnip can react to silver vine. Interesting. Where it says it's the hard stuff. I wonder if my cats would be interested in that. I don't know. Maybe I'll stick to catnip for now, but yes, the harder stuff. So much cat hair. Alright. Maybe I'll go have some fruit after this. For Mother's Day, my brother and I were in charge of bringing fruit salad. To my parents' house. Gardening is your favorite thing now? Cool! That's excellent. I like plants, I'm just not good at keeping them alive. So that's exciting. Alright, I think that's probably good. What was I saying? Oh, fruit salad. Yeah, so my brother and I had the wise idea that it might be fun to try and find weird fruits. We did joke about getting durian. We decided against it. I think these are probably good. These are probably good. And this is the one that I actually wanted to add some more to. But we ended up getting way too much fruit. That's really what it comes down to. Did I already add things to this one? I don't remember. Hopefully not. And so we had a lot of leftover fruit, so I've been eating a lot of fruit, which I'm not complaining about. I love fruit. Fruit's yummy. But it does mean that I have a bunch of, like, fruit in the fridge upstairs that I could go eat right now. Greek salad is technically your fruit salad. Cucumber, tomatoes, olives, and bell peppers are all... That's true. They are all fruits. I think we did joke about doing something like that, too. I think we joked about getting bell peppers to put in the fruit salad. We also just, like, there was a couple of things where we were like, this would be funny, but we're not gonna do it because I don't think it would be appreciated by the people that are going to eat it. We're supposed to be doing something nice for our mom and grandma. So let's maybe not. But we definitely, I'm pretty sure we joked about getting bell peppers to put in the fruit salad. Hi, I'm trying to get bubbles out. Ah, you got yourself a dragon fruit plant. The fruits look so cool. Does it have much flavor? Like, one of the things we got was a dragon fruit, but I don't know if it was just because it was out of season or if it was because it wasn't fresh, but it didn't have much flavor to it. So I'm wondering if the fresh fruit, if it has much flavor to it. Unlike the one we got from the supermarket. Alright, let me put these. I'm putting these all on a tray here. Let's see if I can let it fit in here. Perfect. Get that cat hair out of there. Oh. Okay, so it does taste like a very mild kiwi. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that was, like, because it was out of season or something, or if it was just how it tastes. Okay, then that's what it tastes like, so that's good. The yellow dragon fruit has a very strong, I'm assuming sweet flavor, but they're smaller. Interesting. Okay, cool. All right, I think I've got these all set, guys. So I'm gonna call it for tonight, so I can go put these in the pressure pot. But thank you all for stopping by. I'm glad that we could chat. Fetus Enchilada, interesting name. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for any raiders that may still be hanging out. I'm glad you've come hang out, and I hope everybody has a good night. Oh, I do stream every Wednesday and Saturday night, by the way, at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you ever want to come hang out again, you know, feel free to stop by. Oh, thanks for following. But otherwise, see you guys later. Bye.